All right. So, welcome everybody to officially to the start of the last Brick Talk of 2022. It's been a hell of a year. It's been a lot of Brick Talks. I'm Randy, one half of the people that bring you this every week. And if you're watching us on YouTube or on Twitter, the guy on the other side of the screen is Danhai, who can introduce himself.
Hi guys, I'm Danhai. You know that already, so I don't know what much more introduction you need.
Yeah. Of course, this is Brick Talk, and this is the last Brick Talk for the year, and we're talking about 2022 wrapped. So we're wrapping up 2022 and the things that have happened throughout the year and the things that we like, didn't like, blah blah blah, all of that. So anything that happened to you throughout this year, I mean, this has
Mhm.
been a hell of a year. It just
Indeed.
this has been a hell of a year. So really talking about that, I want to hear from not just my perspective and Danai's perspective, but you guys. What happened to you throughout the year? And of course, we'll have some stats to throw in there. How the stocks have performed because 2022 is done in terms of the stock market. Um, so we have the entire year that we can look back on, and we will look back on that. Uh, Welcome. Last thing that I need to say as we've started is that I am not a licensed investment advisor. I'm not giving any investment advice. Danai is a licensed investment advisor, but while he's on the show, he's not giving investment advice. You want an investment advisor to sit down with you, go through your specific situation, and give you advice that is specific to your needs, wants, and ability and resources, right? This session is not that. This is just Dan and I and whoever else join talking. So don't buy or sell. Don't make any investment move based on the things we say here. This is just us talking about what we like, what we would do, what we wouldn't do, what we didn't do. All right? Please and thank you. If you don't
Mhm.
understand that, I'm so sorry, but this is not the space for you. If you do understand that, welcome and let us begin. So we've had some people jump on before in the early one. Sir Piggle is talking about how he got himself down from the I want to say 15 or 16 stock situation to where he's now two stocks, him say. And
Okay,
Lenworth
from
was
a
just
unit
telling us
trust
his
stock
story.
portfolio.
Yeah, Leonard was just telling us his story about how he actually did grow, and I don't pay him, I don't pay anybody to come on and say that it's not an ad, but he's telling me his
Boy,
story,
the
and
ad
he's saying
machine,
he,
wicked man.
right, um, and he's telling us how he did grow and how Leonard, you tell you just go over that part again. So I don't want to tell it all over. Go over that part again.
Yeah, I was saying, I was because in the space where we are now and
Mm-hmm.
on the internet, there are a lot of persons, talking about stocks, whether it be international or local,
Mm-hmm.
and I started listening to Brick Talk, and I found what you guys were saying interesting than I yourself, and I took it up on myself, because I don't usually like to pay for things that I think I could get for free. And because a lot of information was on the internet, I thought that, this information is there, so why pay for it? But after I listened to you guys and I say, let me give it a try. And I actually went and I did grow. And I must say some of the principles that I learned at grow, I applied them. And, within the short space of time I did it, I think it was like a month ago or so. I'm able to see, profit from the principles that I've learned. So that's when I decided, to go ahead and do the advanced grower. And some of the principles I learned from advanced grower, when I look at the market and I look at, stocks that are hitting circuit breaker, etc., and I try to see if those principles apply. And I say, I can actually see that what I learned at grow and advanced grower, it actually works. And these are principles that I can live by and actually achieve my goal. Because that's one of the greatest lessons I learned from even just grower, that your goal is very important. Because that's one of the challenges I had initially. Like, I buy a stock, but I don't know when to sell it, or I buy it, but I just buy it because people are talking about it. It's so nice, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
To have a quote unquote strong balance sheet. So I just say, why not just buy it? So that's where I ended up find myself with, as I said initially, like 20 stocks right now. That, based on what I learned from advanced grower and grower, I just want to reduce those. And because they tell a lot about diversification, and diversification is this and is that, but
uh,
that's that. Yeah, so that was it for me.
All right. I want to make it clear, I'm not knocking diversification,
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm not knocking
Just make sure it's not
diversification at
needless
all.
diversification. It diversifying for a reason, not just, boy, I need to do this thing for whatever.
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Needless
Yeah,
diversification is probably one of the worst things ever.
yeah,
But
Mm-hmm.
diversification itself is not a terrible thing. And
yeah,
yeah, you won't hear me knocking it.
yeah,
But needless diversification is dumb beyond belief, in my view.
yeah.
Facts.
And yeah, and that I don't like. That I think is a waste of time and money.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy that you've learned from that.
Mm-hmm.
And what is impressive is that you say you make back the money from grow. Now I don't tell people that that's gonna happen from grow. I don't promise any money. As you know, you've done grow. I don't promise anything like that at grow. It's not. Oh, come grow and you must make money. But come grow and you
Exactly.
will understand the market a whole lot better. You'll understand the reality of the market, especially from the perspective of regular people who are investing regular money, right? A lot of
Yeah,
us
yeah.
find ourselves caught up in what Buffett says, and none of them never meet Warren Buffett yet. Yet
Exactly.
them following Warren Buffett's method with their
Yeah, party money.
exactly exactly.
Yeah,
It don't make sense in my view. So like that you said that, and I'm actually impressed. You bring up something that I am proud of. Even when I started growing now, I think we didn't grow 2-3 years now. As low as 3 years, I think. And grow is my investment course, which I should tell people to do. Uh, I mean, you want to learn about the market, everymickle.com/GRWR. But outside of that, one thing I like, you mentioned the goal-based method. I know it's good. When I started first, I mean, I've been derided for it, laughed at for it. Now I see even houses advertising it. Now I see ads from, I see burrito with something on it now, and I have to laugh because, I mean, I have to laugh. I have to laugh when I see it. Because I remember
You're
three,
breaking up,
four
Randy.
years ago. Oh, you're not hearing me clearly?
Yeah, you're not coming through clear at all. You're breaking up.
Oh, I don't know. I'll try and sort it. Still not hearing me clearly? Lenworth, are you hearing me?
No, it in and out.
I'll try and do something about that. But Lenworth, anyway, I can talk about it another time. Tell me more of your story.
Yeah, so I'm at the point now where I'm trying to learn as much as I can, and that's why I decided to do the grow and advanced grower. So as I said earlier, I'm in some stocks now where percentage wise and dollar figure wise, in my opinion, it's quite a bit. So it's kind of I'm at a bridge crossroad right now. But what I plan to do is, as I say, I have my goal, and I just want to see how these stocks fit into my goal. Because something I learned also is that selling at a loss might not be a loss if I can go into something better that can give me the percentage that I'm looking for. So I might be sitting, that's the thinking I have. I might be sitting in a stock saying that I don't want to sell because I don't want to lose this money. But at the same time, if I decide to sell and put the money elsewhere, I might be able to recover the loss and gain something on that. So that's where I'm at right now. I plan to see a book a session with Danhai as well, but I just want to let the principles soak in some more. I don't know if that's the right approach. And see how best I can understand and grasp some of the principles I've learned at both grow and advanced grow.
I
And
like.
then I say I have a session with Danai and because I'm serious about this thing,
You
and
should be,
it
it's your
has
money.
it has to work, so there's no other way about it. I'm not two ways about this. I'm just one way about it, and it has to work.
That will get you there, What was the stock
Yeah.
that you are you hearing me better?
No, it's same.
Oh, yeah,
Still
still.
still
Yeah.
crappy?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright. I'll figure something out. What was the stock that you made the most from this year though, Lenworth?
Stock I made the most from this year. I made some money from Fast Rich because I had Fast Rich for a little while, and then the stock price moved up significantly, and then they did the stock split. So I sold that. I had Foswich for quite a bit at a while. I had Foswich from was 2018. Got Foswich like $2. My average price was like $2.48.
My God. Sorry.
Yeah. And then I think I sold at like $32 earlier this year. So I made quite a bit from that. I held Barita for some time as well. I had Barita from 2018 as well. I had Barita from Barita. I think my average price is like $12.48 on Barita. And we see where Barita is today. I think Barita closed at 90 something dollars today. So I haven't realized the gain, but I still have that. So I made quite a bit percentage wise. Things like 129%. I made some money on Fesco as well. I think Fesco did quite a bit for me this year. Made some money from dollar. Yeah. So those were my gainers. But my biggest loss right now, if I should sell, well, like I guess a loss is a loss, is JMMB. My average price on JMMB is $40 and I think like 34 cents, and we see where JMMB is now. My second greatest loss is Proven. Average price is like $33. And I believe it closed somewhere like 27 something dollars today. So those are my, kind of iffy about those two because it's quite a bit. Percentage wise on my portfolio, and the dollar figure in my mind is, so kind of iffy on those two stocks if I should. But I need to find, a strategy around them and make a decision to come down from the 19 stocks that I have now to something more smaller.
Mm-hmm. I realized we were saying earlier about you want to pull down amount of stocks, but your decision is tied to whether or not you lost money on a stock already or whatever.
Yeah.
No, do that. it's always going forward. So if you're down or up or wherever you are, if I'm holding the stock, what do I think the stock will do towards my goal? If it's working in the way I want it to work, then I think it's fine to stay. Don't do it if I make money before or not. Because if the stock is up or down, that's good or bad to you depending on what you want from it, right? If something you bought for $10 now $8 and you really think it's going 15, then you really say, boy, that's a nice thing, right? You can buy more at 8.
Exactly.
Versus I think you're going to 6. I'm at 8 now. Is a really good time to leave, right? So you have to make a decision based on what's going to happen, what you think is going to happen, not based on okay, I bought that here so initially and it's up or down, or wherever. All right.
Yeah. Well, so in order for me to do that, I tell myself that I need to, have the SMART goals, and the attainability of those SMART goals will be dependent on my knowledge and my skill set. So that's why I took the decision to gain more knowledge so that I can better analyze and make a decision around the goal, so I can get to where I want to. So that's the approach I'm taking. I'm not sure if that's the right approach.
Yeah, set your SMART goals, but then remember that the goal isn't a goal unless it's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do
Man, but they can look well. I know your schedule is hectic than I, but before end of 2023, you should.
Should see you.
Yeah, you should see me, so you can look out for me.
I see it earlier to this.
Yeah, man. So
and I agree. Learning more will always make learning more is always the right way. The people that know the most, the people I can help the most.
Yeah. So enough respect and for the the knowledge that you guys impart, even though it's so limited these days, but still
so we don't give a lot of knowledge these days, that's what you said?
No, not on Brit Talk, that is, at least.
So we don't give a lot of knowledge on Brit Talk?
No, it's very
Really?
Boy, John Star, right there, that we don't give much knowledge on Brit Talk. So we might as well not keep it then.
No, I wouldn't say that.
What you call knowledge, though? Let's be honest. What you call knowledge? What you call knowledge? 'Cause I think is it that we're not coming out and let me tell you what I think.
And saying we stop.
Yeah, on Brick Talk. Not on Brick Talk, earnings season. Which we still do on Brick
Yeah, I
Talk
mean,
sometimes. Well, go ahead. Let me hear how you see it.
all right. So all right. So for example, I was listening to earning season, right? And I think Danhai made a play where he was able to exit a stock at a particular time and remain a shareholder. So he got the dividend, plus he got some capital gains. And he was explaining how he used the ex-dividend date versus the record date and that type of stuff. And it was an exact play that he basically laid out and said, and this is what I did and how I did it, and this is how it worked. I don't feel like you guys, do that anymore on Brick Talk. You're not specific, and if you don't have certain knowledge from Grow, in my opinion, you won't be able to interpret some of the things you guys are saying. So that's what I mean.
So if you do Grow,
And I said the play, me talking about a play, most beginners will get. If you have to know really what I'm talking about more than stuff to get up and do to get something out of me explaining that like that.
Yeah.
That would be, I think that would be something that a beginner would hear and say, cool. There's somebody that know the market.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's not as specific as it used to be. Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
But
man, that things.
nonetheless, very important because I pick up some gems still now, and I think Randy said it at one point that it's a rare it's a gem to have you guys.
all right, no problem. Big up. Yeah, tell me something. Do I sound off again? All right. Yeah, I work around in the meantime. Yeah, but it's so funny, Lenworth, what you said there, and I'm happy that you've enjoyed. I lost a little bit what you said when I was switching my sound, but I lost a bit of. Hold on, I'm realizing there's no sound on YouTube. Hold on for me. Then you were saying something before. Then if you can just continue. I think you were sorry. Hold up. No, I don't know what's happening. I think they're saying they're not hearing us on YouTube at all. I know somebody who has had a hell of a year though, and they can talk in the interim. Sir Swaby, one of the young CEOs. What's up, Sir Swaby? That is 100% untrue. No, sir. No, sir. Dollar. Yeah, man. You can't go around carrying thing. Yeah, so just so. No, go ahead, sir, baby. I can imagine. Oh, that's the young Swaby there. That- Big up. Yeah, man, you're welcome. And just for anybody wondering, I gave the IPO list in terms of in terms of performance is Spurtree, Dollar, Edifocal, JFP, Regency, One on One, then Massey. And I'll give it. If you're looking on screen, you can see some of the percentages there. Then I don't know if you can see them. You can just tell them how it is while I sort out my sound. Well, I mean, if you are a Jamaican shareholder, I mean, this is when it listed for you, right? Yeah. It's down 35% from the price that it listed by introduction at. All right. Yeah, man. Yeah. Got man, him well on the number one spot in him. Yeah, man, him competitive them ways. Yeah. Yeah, man, I can imagine how long you sit on a bleach and I wait for the market close and all. Yeah, but I mean, I really, I like that sort of thing. I like that. I like when you hear CEOs actually caring about the company and their share price. Yep, that is true. Yep. So it's good to see a CEO that very clearly cares about his share price. Sir Akzala, how you doing? I see you just sent a speaking request. How you doing? Night, what's up? Mm-hmm. Word. I don't think anybody does. All right, respect. I love that. Tell me, what was your best stock for the year? Word. You bought at IPO? Okay, and nothing. Well, I mean that means you never got that many units.
But as I said, best performing stock in terms of percent.
6%.
Yeah. Overall, it wasn't a good year for me. I wasn't a good year for me, but I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic about 2023.
That is the way.
Yeah, recently joined the subscriber group, and was amazed by a conversation. Just today, kind of put certain things in perspective. And how the MJ conversation.
Yeah, nobody thought the people in business, but
Yeah. That's it.
I should ask you, what was it a surprise for you? Because oftentimes I hear people talking about oftentimes it's just like you said, nobody wants to spend money on something that they could get for free. But the truth is you don't really get quality for free. Nobody's giving quality for free. That was the thing with earnings season. We were giving away heavy quality for free. Right? And that's where it was almost expected that no. In fact, if you know how much knockings I get because these people are interested in making money, and I'm thinking, wow, we're doing so much for free. And this was back then. So it was almost frowned upon that you're making money from a space where everybody else is making money. But the things that we were doing, I'm preaching, are actually very high quality. So I wonder how you saw it, because other people have told me that they're almost surprised. The same thing. It's like you said it, my eyes went up. My eyebrows went up. People are often almost surprised to hear the conversations that we have or what happens that grow. They realize it's not just a join the group and you're here with stocks to buy. It is not at all. It is.
As much as they wish they hear that. As much as many people wish that was the case, right?
People would love if that was the case, I'm sure. But it's like you actually have to. Like you don't have to, but you learn. It's a space to learn, actually learn, and the thing that determines whether or not you're learning is your portfolio. The results, the market. Are you navigating the market well or not? So how was that for you joining? Because you say you joined this year. How was it for you? Oh, this week. So you're fresh. You're fresh. Man. Fresh. As one of I never realized. I never recognize the name.
Just this week. As I said, I mean, everything is now, you have a different perspective. Some of the principles that I would have learned I would even say learned, just heard, really, because I mean, especially the first part of grow, and that M that you spoke about this morning, it really does put everything in perspective. It's a group that, I mean, just by being in the group, even if you don't put forward a question, it's the information that comes at you is, I'd probably use the word priceless, because in terms of just a different perspective, a different way to look at the thing and what it actually means. I mean, I found that very interesting earlier this morning, going through the conversation.
Wait till they're asking questions, you'll see.
Yeah, I want to do that, but Randy is going to be, you ask one question, Randy's going to ask you about 5 or 6. So,
well, that's a game.
It
helps. I would say I recommend that you do that.
Yeah, man.
You want one of the most annoying things for me, it's like I wage a war against it this year, is the the easy
easy
answer.
answer.
Like everybody
Everybody
can
can
get
get
a
a
little
little easy answer. You
You
can
can't
say
say
anything
anything
that
that sound
sound
good.
good,
You
you know.
answer
You
a
answer a
stock
stock
at
at
strong
strong
balance
balance
sheet,
sheet,
yada yada.
yada.
But I don't
But I don't
really
really
mean
mean
nothing
nothing
to
to
most
most
people.
people.
Investing
People
their money
investing
and
their money and
they more
they more
understand
understand
what's
what's
really
really
going
going
on.
on.
They
They
more
more
know
know
how
how
things
things
really
really
work.
work.
They
They
really
really
want.
want.
They don't
They
want
don't
the
want the
strong balance
strong
sheet
balance sheet
answer
answer
because
because
you can give
you
a
can
lot
give
of
a lot of
fancy
fancy
answers. You
answers.
can
You can
put out a
put out a
fancy
fancy
message. You can
message. You
drop a
can drop a
fancy
fancy
video. You
video.
can
You
show
can
some
show
fancy
some fancy
graphics.
graphics.
But all
But
that
all
don't
that
matter
don't
if
matter
when we
if
put
when
the
we put
money
the
in a
money in
something
a
it
something
drop.
it drop.
Right?
Right?
None of that
None of that
fanciness
fanciness
helps. And
helps.
so
And so
my
my
questions that you
questions
hear
that you
me
hear me
ask
ask
um, are
are
literally
literally
to help
to help
people
people
realize in a
realize in
real
a
way
real
what
way
they're
what they're
doing
doing
and what
and
they
what they
really
really
want to do,
want to do,
what they
what
really
they
are
really are
talking about when
talking
they're
about when
talking
they're
about
talking about
anything.
anything.
And
And
it's
it's
annoying, but it
annoying, but it
works,
works,
right?
right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you
and
find
you
that
find that
avoiding it.
avoiding it.
Anytime you
Until
find
you find
somebody
somebody
avoid it,
avoid it,
meaning
meaning
any
any
conversation
conversation
where like
where
I'll
like
ask
I'll
those
ask
questions
those
and
questions
people
and people
avoid it.
avoid
You
it. You
often
often
just count down the
count down
days
the
until
days
you
until
find
you find
themselves
themselves
getting burned
getting
in the
burned
stock
in the stock
market, right?
market, right?
Why?
Why?
Because
Because
every
every
hype
hype
stock
stock
always have
always has
somebody
somebody
talking
talking
about it
about it
in a
in a
grand way.
grand way.
And these days, I mean,
These
the
days, I mean,
brokers
the
aren't
brokers aren't
stupid.
stupid.
They know
They
that, so
know
they
that,
try
so
to
they try
feed
to
the
feed the
hype,
hype,
right?
right?
That's why
That's why
APOs
APOs
exist,
exist
because
because
APOs sound
APOs sound
hype,
hype,
dilutive
dilutive
secondary offer
secondary
don't
offer
sound
don't
that
sound
hype.
that hype.
So they go
So
with
they
the
go
hype
with the
thing. They
hype
know
thing. They
that.
know that.
They know what
They know
pulls
what
in the
pulls in the
retail.
retail.
So
So
I'm not
I'm
trying
not
to do
trying
that.
to do
I'm
that. I'm
trying
trying
to
to
have people
have people
actually
actually
understand what they're
understand what they're doing,
understand what's
understand
good
what's
for their
good for their
money,
money,
and not
and
just
not
trust
just trust
somebody in a
somebody in a
suit or
suit or
somebody on
somebody
Twitter
on
who
Twitter who
sounds
sounds
good
good
or whatever.
or
Like,
whatever.
as
Like,
you know
as you
from
know
the group,
from the
I'm
group,
always
I'm
saying,
always
yo,
saying, yo,
it don't
it
matter
don't matter
if you it don't
it don't
matter
matter
who saying
who
it,
saying it,
including me.
including me.
Question everything, test it.
Test it.
If
If
something
something
sound good,
sound
check
good,
and see
check
if
and
it
see if it
really
really
sound good.
sound
Check
good. Check
why it
why
sound
it
good,
sound
not
good, not
just
just
Randy says
Randy
so,
says
right?
so, right?
Or
Or
Danhai says
Danhai
so,
says
or
so,
well,
or
trust
well,
Danhai
trust
because you
Danhai
pay
because you
him.
pay him.
So if
So if
Danhai if
if
Danhai tell you
Danhai tells you
something,
something,
he
he
literally has a
literally has a
fiduciary
fiduciary
responsibility to give you the
responsibility to give
best
you the best
advice he
advice he
can in the
can in the
moment.
moment.
But
But
like
like
the thing
the
I've
thing I've
always said, I
always said, I
continue to say,
continue to say,
everybody have an
everybody have an
opinion on
opinion on
investing, but
investing,
not
but
every
not every
opinion is worth
opinion is worth
listening to.
listening to.
So
So
I'm happy
I'm
that more
happy
and
that
more
more and more
people are
people are
learning because
learning
it's only
because it's
going
only
to
going to
get
get
more
more
popular, and you're
popular
only
and
going
you're
to
only
get
going to
more
get
and more
more and more
opinions.
opinions.
But not
But not
everybody's
everybody's
opinion
opinion
and
and
the things
the
they
things they
preach and
preach
teach
and teach
actually lead
actually
to
lead to
sensible
sensible
results.
results. So
I'm happy
I'm
to hear
happy
that
to
you're
hear that
seeing
you're seeing
some
some
serious
serious
early
early
results from it,
results from it,
and
and
I hope for more. I hope
I
next
hope
year this
next year this
time we're
time
talking
we're
about the
talking about the
millions, you know.
millions, you know.
Which is right.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. And just to say to Lenworth, I mean, if you during advanced growth this week, a particular stock came up. I've been down in that stock for some time now, over a year, and after advanced growth, I made the decision to part with that stock. Sold at a loss at 3.7% loss, but I'm sure that I'll be more than able to recoup that elsewhere. So, just to say to Lenworth that, sometimes you have to realize that loss and use your knowledge to gain elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
a
that's a
very,
very,
very
very
real
real
thing.
thing.
I
I
want
want
to
to
show
show
you,
you,
say
say,
when
when
you
you
get
get
better
better
at it,
at it,
you
you
almost
almost
stop.
stop.
Like the
Like
loss
the loss
itself,
itself,
you don't tell
you don't
yourself
tell
that
yourself
lie.
that
There's a
lie. There's
lie
a
that
lie
got
that
very
got very
popular
popular
over the
over the
years,
years,
and it
and
still
it's still
said a
said
lot
a lot
depending on
depending
where
on
you
where
are,
you
who you're
are, who you're
talking to.
talking to.
Where they'll tell
Where
you,
they'll tell
it's
you,
not a
it's not
real
a real
loss
loss
unless you
unless you
realize it.
On
realize
it
it.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
You don't
realize
realize
That's the mark of I probably shouldn't listen to this person.
yeah.
yeah.
It's still a loss.
Yeah.
Read that in there. Realize or not, it's still a loss. I mean, we're not saying that, boy, you should realize every loss or whatever. We're saying the line of, okay, am I okay with this? Yes, because I sell it, or no, because I didn't sell it. Then no, that's not the line you're going on. It's the same thing whether you sell it or not. All right. So
Yeah.
loss is a loss.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. And sometimes you just have to be honest with self,
Every time.
doing advanced grow, and I saw that this stock after 12 years, you know, after 12 years, you're pretty much at the same place where you were 12 years ago.
I know it's stuff you're talking about. I know it's stuff you're
Yeah,
talking
man.
about.
Yeah, man.
Indeed.
Yeah, man. It was heavy on my portfolio, and I parted ways with it the day after. 3.7%, but I feel comfortable that I can more than recoup that elsewhere.
Well, I suppose to say that I know is the time for it to move. How you that feel?
Go again, Dan.
Suppose they sell it now and check it now and it start move. Right? Now is the time. After the 12-year journey done, it's time for it to move now. How you that feel?
Honestly, the feeling what I have right now, I don't think I'll be shaken by that really.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you shake it, I'm not saying that's a wrong feeling. Like that's pretty normal. I probably should feel that way if you leave right before the time when it's supposed to move, right?
Remember, Danhai, one of the things I got from Brick Talk this year was when you and Randy spoke about, sometimes you have a stock. Because if you check it, I've been holding this stock for a while. Recently, that stock would have probably given me, let me tell you where it was. I could have gotten, I could have gotten 14% on that stock recently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, if you had sold at the right
time.
At that time. I could have gotten 14%, and I didn't because, as I said, Lenworth's story and my story is the same. Not knowing when to sell, not knowing when to sell, and all of that. So I mean, if this shoots up back to around about that 14%, I mean, it would be on my mind, but I wouldn't lose sleep over it. And as I said, I don't remember which Brick Talk it was, but in terms of doing busy work, I did a lot of busy work with this stuff. It up, it down, you make the money, you don't sell, so I mean, I am comfortable moving on from it.
Word.
I read that's supposed to go up 100% though.
Huh?
Suppose it go up 100%.
That is unlikely.
Yeah, but that's on the market.
No man, if it happen, it happen. So if it happen, what are you feeling?
Yeah, man,
it's possible, it's still possible.
It's possible. I'd still kind of beat myself, but I wouldn't lose any sleep on it. I've done this before, and gone into other places, and made accidental profit. And so now I'm confident in terms of some of the principles that I've learned, that I'll be able to make some deliberate profit with this money I have available now.
Word.
I hope you feel that way because
I can tell you
it will happen.
And as the market gets bigger and bigger, as the market gets more popular, as you become a better investor, that's going to happen. There'll be times where you see something, you miss it, or you see something, you leave it alone, or you're worrying something, you come out and go into something else, and little after that, the same something you come out, fly. It's a surprise to come and know you did a move, but guess what? Unless you have all the money, you can't get everything.
Right.
Yeah, that's just a simple truth.
Something will just have to miss you. You can't.
That's a simple truth. You have to get comfortable that it's not about catching every ship. It's about making sure the ship that you are on is good enough, is the best.
Yeah. Yep. And again, one of the things I learned this year, and just as you said, the thing that I'm in is the best, and sticking to my goal. So if I want 10%, if I want 14 or 15% from a stock, then that is what I want. Yeah.
I respect that man, and boy, you said the dollar. I thinking about how you said that dollar is the biggest gainer and the one that you like the most, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But we know then that means that you didn't get a big allocation, right? Only
Yeah.
one.
Let me not say that
because
because
some people did get nice allocations for dollar.
So
I don't know
I don't know
if you're
if you're
part
part
of
of
the
the
crowd
crowd
that
that
got
got
a
a
nice
nice
allocation.
allocation.
But
But
most other
most
people,
other
I don't
people, I
think,
don't think
most other
most
people
other
didn't get
people didn't get
like very
like very
great
great
allocations.
allocations.
So
So
what
what
dollar-wise,
dollar
do you
wise do
know
you know
what the
what the
best
best
gainer for
gainer
you
for
was,
you
meaning in
was,
terms
meaning in
of
terms of
contribution to your
contribution to your
portfolio?
portfolio?
Like what made
Like
you the
what made you
most
the most
money? Not
money? Not
the most
most
percentage. What made
percentage.
you the
What made you
most
the
money?
most money?
I'd say Wigton.
Wigton.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
As of
That's
today, right?
interesting.
As of today, right?
As of today.
Hey. I love that.
That's
That's
very
very interesting.
Wigton.
Let me see something.
Wigton
Wigton
is
is
the 25th
25th
largest
largest
gainer in
gainer in
2022.
2022.
Wigton
Wigton
ended the
ended the
year up
year up
37%.
37%.
So
So
anybody who
anybody
bought
who bought
Wigton in the
at the end of
last year,
last year, you know, start
if they
if
bought
they
it
bought
the
it
end of
end of
last year,
last
they would
year, they would
start this
start
year
this
with
year with
they would
they would
all the money that
all the
they
money
put
that
in
they put
Wigton
in
would be
Wigton
up
would be up
37%. You put a
37%.
million
A
in, you'd have
million in, you'd have
1.37
1.37
million.
million.
No.
No.
That
That
is
is
not a
not a
bad
bad
place to
place
be.
to be.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
For me, it was 39.6%.
Oh, word.
Oh, word.
Why you have it from
You have it from
IPO?
IPO?
No, I got some at 53 53 cents.
You got some
You
at
got some at
53
53
cents.
cents.
Yeah.
I wonder why. 53 cents. Oh, wait. So what does that mean that you bought it during the time when it dipped? When did you
Right.
buy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
When
go
did you
back.
buy?
I'm gonna go back to my J trader.
So Wigton, hell of a gain, I know. And Wigton, if people, depending on how people bought or sold, people might have made money twice off of Wigton in a Danhai.
Yes, sir.
It spiked near the end of March this year, and it also spiked no, December 3rd, the end of the year, December 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the sleeping giant. I remember, I don't know if it's a not earnings, I don't know if it's a Brick Talk episode or I don't know if it's a Brick Talk episode or it's a grow session where I was talking about Wigton, and I was saying to people that, don't sleep on it, because if you understand the thing, if you understand how it makes money, understand what it is, like, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, right? In fact, depending on where you are on Twitter, you see people balling all the time about, we need the world, we need it to be greener, we need Jamaica to be less reliant on yada yada yada. Like, Wigton is literally in that space. So the downside usually people talk about is, oh well, phase one is at its end of life. But I don't know, I've been to St. Elizabeth a couple of times this year, and the wind's still blowing and those turbines still going, right? You're typing low, don't I?
My bad.
Yeah, those turbines still going. So Wigton is not a bad move at all. I don't know if anybody else earned from Wigton strongly throughout the year.
So it was in August.
Yeah, go ahead.
August 15th.
August 15th, you bought Wigton. And you say you got it for 52, 53?
53.
53. Wow. That's not a bad move at all. You get for 53 and you end the year at 71.
Sold
Not a
for
bad.
75 cents.
Oh, word. Man, that's straight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. So one of the phone call, like, say, oh, is it me? And then here he is. I don't know where you going from in that area. Then out of the blue.
All of a sudden.
But today was crazy though.
Today? Well, I
Yeah.
mean,
Crazy sounds like what you signed up for, right?
Go again, Danhai?
Crazy sounds like what you signed up for. 'Cause you got what you wanted.
Yeah.
crazy in what way though?
A
Yeah.
lot. And I mean, what happened with week 10? RJR.
RJR. What about
Yeah.
RJR? Are you also in RJR? That's one of the
Good
20?
pass.
No, I was in RJR last year. Last year, RJR was my biggest winner last year.
Mm-hmm. So what
And,
happened
and
to RJ
and again, it was accidental.
Boy.
Yeah.
This year we get, I can tell you, there's one time at least we get some ratted cuss off for, for telling people about accidental
Yeah,
profit.
man.
Yeah,
RJR last year was accidental.
I'm happy to hear you say so. I will tell people say
Yeah,
accidental boy.
Yeah,
straight up.
man. But my gain was 196%.
Jeez.
This we
Yeah,
mean last year?
Last
last
year.
year. Yeah.
That's so
Okay,
nice, man.
okay.
Mm.
And I know this year you got rid of it.
Yeah, man, I sold it to the last part of last, but yeah.
That's a strong thing, I rate you
Mm-hmm.
because I can tell
Cause you
you.
get.
No, go ahead, and
Oh no, cause if you get accidental profit, they don't sell.
most people who make accidental profit,
They
it,
can't
it,
admit it.
you can't yeah, they can admit, you can't tell them that it's accidental profit. It's yeah, man.
No, the process suddenly work. The one you never have before all this.
Mm.
Yeah, when the
You run
process
a back
don't
test.
work.
You go get
Well,
up and say, wait, all right, so this is what I did, and this is my process.
Yeah.
when the process don't work, then that's just a one-off.
The
But
market wrong.
yeah, you blame the
The market
market
must follow
now.
the process, not the next year.
Yo, I really respect that. What's your worst stock for the year?
This year, let me look at it. You see, just like Lenworth, I have a number of stocks. Trying to trim that. I'd say Cygnus.
Oh, you still in it?
Yep, still in Cygnus.
Boy, I love that. What I love.
Yeah, a lot of people really, really like Cygnus, boy.
Yeah.
I would like it to be great also. And who knows? I think people get excited about it again in a couple of months, but
Me too.
ending the year 1267. Cygnus,
Yeah,
GMD.
I'm down 13% on Cygnus, 12.7%.
Ouch. Ouch. My condolences.
Why is still holding? I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm actually asking. What are you holding for? What are you looking out for signals?
Honestly, just being honest and straight up, I'm hoping that at the AGM next month, there'll be more word, or they will give more details as it relates to the buyback.
Why hope is not a strategy. So you actually think they will? What you expect to hear from them there?
I mean, in the last earning call, I don't remember that guy's name. I don't remember his name. They said that it would be coming, information as it relates to the buyback would be coming at the AGM.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
So I'm saying you have to figure out what kind of info you want to hear from them.
And he gave some he gave a little details as a little in terms of wanting to do the buyback in a different way from other buybacks. So
Mm.
to answer your question, the short answer to your question, Dana, is that is why I'm holding.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And you don't remind me how far down you are on it now?
I am 12.7% down.
Mm. You're averaging down, you're buying more?
No.
You're holding out
That's
hope,
that
but
you
you're
say.
not.
Yeah.
Buying is believing, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the same talk I make earlier. If you have this thing in your hand and you really and it's at a lower price, if you actually believe in it, then buying is a good thing, right? The fall is a good thing. I can buy this thing at a thought we go all the way up at a cheaper price. So if you actually believe that, then it's only one thing to do, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But just to be honest, that's it. I'm holding at 14.57 right now. I'm hoping that at the AGM, if they do the share buyback differently, then there should be some price appreciation there.
All right, tell me something. I'll tell you to bring this up in the group because I think you can get a lot more, and I can give a lot more color, if you will, in the group.
Will do.
But I'll ask you because I want people to still benefit. Everybody listening and watching, I want them to still benefit. So I'd ask you to tell me, you say if they do the buyback in the way that you want, there might be some price appreciation. What kind of price appreciation are you hoping that you'll see?
I think if the stock trades at about $17 to $18, personally, I'll be satisfied with that.
What kind of profit would that be for you?
That would be at 17. It's 14%.
Okay.
Whoa.
But if you buy more now,
Mm-hmm.
what will $17 be for you in terms of profit?
Mm-hmm.
If I buy
Or
more now, I would have
you
to.
buy more now,
I'd probably have to do that math.
you probably
Or the
should do
next
that
way
math,
around.
right?
Or the next way around, if I buy more now, at what point is 14%? Because if I'm averaging down and I'm actually looking, if 17 is good, you're looking for 14% of the money. You don't even need 14% if you average down. Because say 14% on the current money makes you $15,000 you need to make, right? If you want to make, right? But if you buy enough right now, making $15,000 is a 7% movement, and 7% is say 15 for you if you average down now. You see what I'm saying? You may want to make, you have to try to work that incentive with your goal in mind. If you're actually here for this thing, if you actually figure that out, versus it there in portfolio, if you go up enough Excel. Because then suppose you go 16 and so yeah, that even that alone too. You want to go 17. Have you realistically looked at that and say, okay, I think this is the path to 17 for signals. Suppose you actually go look at it now and figure it out and do your process and you look at it and say, boy, this now go 17. But it can go to 15 if I average down enough, I get what I need to get out of it. So really figure them thing out.
Yeah.
Okay, you're there with more intention, but you're still making a lot of things inside the whole situation be too accidental for you want out of this.
Yeah. I'll put another way since so we don't hear, so we're talking too cryptic. I'll say it for the people in a regular way. You're already taking on the risk of it going to where you want it to go. You're just not giving yourself the most profit you can make if it goes where you want it to go.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Yeah, because if it does go where you expect, then okay, what I thought would happen actually happened. So why not try and make the most money of it? If it doesn't go where you expect, you are taking on the risk. You're holding the stock anyway. So if you're holding the thing and you really believe if you really believe it's going to go to 17, why wouldn't you own as much of it as you can lower than 17 so that when it goes where you think it's going, you can get the most benefit? Get me?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. And that's usually that's where you start about buying is believing, because that's when a lot of people, myself included, that's when I start realizing, oh, you know what? I don't actually believe that it's going to 17, or I don't actually believe that this stock is going to do whatever. Or if it, even if I think it is, I'm not willing to sit and wait. That's when I start realizing oftentimes that I don't really, what I'm thinking of is not what I'm really thinking of. Because if I was believing it, if you thought, let's say you think it's going to double. If I came from the future and I said, hey, I'm here from April 2023, and Cygnus is currently at $40. Would you buy more Cygnus right now?
Yeah, definitely.
Because you believe it's going to 40, right?
Yeah, you're from the future.
All right.
Yeah.
So, but it's not because I'm from the future. It's because you believe I'm from the future and you trust that it's going to 40. So you're gonna act in a way that shows that it's actually that you believe that, because you want to get the most gain that you can. Now, if you really think it's gonna go to 17, then why would you want to make less money on the thing that you've predicted? And if you're thinking, yeah, but suppose it don't happen, and you think it through, I'm not saying that you should or you shouldn't. Definitely not saying what you should or shouldn't do. But that question is really how much you really believe it. A lot of times, what I find is that people say they believe it and it's gonna do this, but they don't really act that way. And the reason why they don't act that way is because they don't really believe it, but they don't want to sell at a loss. They don't want to realize the loss. They don't want to. I don't want to feel bad. I might get it wrong. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way, but sometimes you allow the emotion of that. That's the reality of what you hear them talk about and call emotional control.
And in truth, staying in the thing you can still get it wrong.
Yep.
So I'm not going to sell at a loss. But then it's take more of a loss. No man.
I get a scratchiness from your sound, and I.
Better, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're avoiding saying at a loss, but you put yourself in more loss because I'm going to hold this thing because, I may not sell it instead of, all right, this is the furthest I think it's going to go. You can't do that to yourself, brother. So you're way more intentional of what I hear in love the changes. So let's continue on the path. You get the rest, get out of the accidental thing fully.
Yeah, as Randy said, it's something I raise in the group.
All right, yeah, man, trust me. And I cannot recommend enough just having this kind of conversation in the group around your actual picks and whatever, because you'll see a lot more come out of them. You will understand a lot more, and you'll get a lot more than just the conversation you try to have. Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, man. All right, boss. Big up.
All right. Yeah, man. All the best.
Yeah, man.
Much respect, man.
Enjoy
the new year when it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then I want to share something, but I don't know if it's ready for sharing just yet. But and maybe in the meantime you can tell me what was your most interesting pick for this year?
Most interesting best. I said my largest gainer, but percentage wise, the limitless guys asked me earlier. I told them, and it was MFS. What I really liked it was I said it there too the day. When we saw it happening, I was talking about it, me clicking buy and everything. I'm looking at all this, and then I'm checking where everybody else saying, and it's this terrible thing. Like people saying, "Boy, SLV, them not buying it because XYZ," and I'm like, and I'm looking at it like, how much have we been through the same play before? How much times this thing, this show itself as, yeah, man, this is a nice path. Not necessarily MFS or SLVC, just the kind of move they were making, whatever, right? But then the narrative behind it is still the same. All right, this don't make no sense. This not going to be a good thing to do. So I was pretty happy in buying, buying against the crowd and watching.
Be greedy when others are fearful.
Yeah.
You're quoting Warren Buffett.
Straight up. Straight up.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was an interesting one. And it made me a lot of money and a lot of percentage gains on that one so far. And not done yet, so.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I really, really like MFS also. A quick stat for the people, 55 securities. And I'm not counting preference shares here, with the exception of CWJ Credit Union and CWJ Credit Union, and I think what's a Canadian stock? One.
Him again.
Equity
Equity line.
line.
Mhm.
Yeah. So those are the only two I'm counting in terms of preference shares.
Mhm.
But with them and all the stocks on the market, there were 55 stocks that ended the year higher than they started the year. And I'm also counting IPOs in that. Yeah, from a low of 1% with ECL, or if I'm more accurate, 0.6% with ECL, to a high of the number one stock, Fosrich, 332% gain in the
Wait a
year.
minute.
Say that again?
Wait a minute. I'm not seeing thing there. At least it sent me. All right. Where am I?
Yeah, Fosrich.
What's it so much? It's not on the list they sent me. As that.
330. It is. I think maybe just
It's stock
I think
split.
maybe it's just how, yeah, it's a stock split. I had been working with it while we spoke, so that might be it. I'll send you an updated version in one moment, but I also want to share it with the people, meaning share the
All right.
information. So the number one gainer for the year is Fosrich with 332% growth. Behind that, we have, in fact, I'll tell you the top, let's say what, the top 10? Top 10 gainers for the year, since everybody likes a top 10 and it's simple and everybody can understand it. The top 10 gainers for the year. I'll take this with a pinch of salt, people, because I'm doing this live. So, in fact, I got top 20. I got top 20, and the top 20 for the year are Fosrich, Spurtree. So Fosrich at 332% gain. Spurtree at 222%. MFS, formerly SSLVC, at $214.9 at 188. SOS at 164. iCreate at 126.9. Edufocal at 122. Main Event at 99.8. Fesco at 88.9. And rounding out the 10 is Tropical at 75.4. Of course, I'll touch the other 20 a little later on. But those of you looking on YouTube now or watching on stream can see it. And yeah, it's a
Like
hell
people
of
upping
a,
about this list, about these
what's
lists.
that?
They're not like IPOs make up only a small amount of them. IPOs not even the best one. Like on CPJ last year doing the same thing. Like Fossil was something that even with a lot of money at the start of this year, you could have put. I mean, if you have to believe into that level or whatever, but you could have put all your money on Fosrich.
Or
It could be
anybody
a
who
lot of
did
money you
that.
got in at the start of this year and get that big run.
Anybody who did that is
3 times stronger, triple their money.
yeah, is sitting very, very, very pretty. And if they got out earlier in the year, they may actually be
Banking, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
there were times when the activity was higher than it is now, and the price was higher than it is now.
boy, yeah. Well, let me pause and bring on one of my personal favorite. I know that I enjoyed also. One of my personal favorite people I've had on Brick Talk this year, the teacher striker herself. Big up the
Yes.
original striker, Shan. And it's weird to say following in her footsteps, but I will say following in her footsteps, the teacher striker herself, Jutsa. How you doing, Jutsa?
Big up teacher striker every single time. Wagwan.
Season's greetings to everybody. How everybody doing?
Boy, we're doing good. You know how you doing?
Happy, everything good. What's good with you?
Yeah, man. I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody in this space, but especially Randy and Danhai, of course. I was nowhere, then I was somewhere January. And I am happy that I started investing. And I just want to say thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
Very
investing.
welcome. And make you know that I'm happy you started investing. I'm happy that
Yeah,
all
man.
you brought to the space, every time you come in the space, it's something else. And trust me, I tell you, people learn how far you talking about. How far you talking about your story and things you've been doing. People learn, people inspired, people doing a lot just on your teacher striker said this. All right. So big up yourself, you've done a lot. And I'm definitely looking forward to more of what you're going to be doing.
Oh, thank you. I try to learn every day, and I am motivated when I listen to Brick Talk, even when I don't speak, I listen a lot
Yeah,
and try
the
to
best teachers
follow.
learn the most, you know.
True. Try to follow and see and, make sure that everything sort out. I hear you asking about best stock. I'm trying to figure out what is my best stock for the year. Oh my gosh. It was a good year for most of the year. So I
It's hard to
have,
pick when you have a lot of good, you know. Hard to find the best when you have a lot of good.
yeah, the other day I got a weird one. Students living at $4.05. Man, I couldn't believe my eyes. I got it at $4.05 and I sold it at $5 little bit. And I was happy with that. Very,
That's
very happy
some
with
great gain. But
that. I was
people gonna hear that I won. People gonna hear $4, $5, no money that. But then they really get upset again and realize, wait, that I made 25%. Any money you put that on, you get a quarter it back in
right,
profit.
exactly. And remember, my thing is, I remember I had said before, if I make my
Mm-hmm.
10% and whether it is at 10,000 or 15 or 20,000, sometimes
Mm-hmm.
even for the week, I make like a 30,000 and I'm a very, very small investor, like regular people. And I'm not in the big leagues yet, you know?
Yo,
You'd
stop
be
Yeah.
saying
surprised.
that. Stop
Yeah,
saying
keep
that.
saying that,
Stop
but they
saying that.
start talk big leagues things. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did get spur tree at $2.82 too. So I kinda liking those kind of things.
mm-hmm.
My biggest gain I think was SVL. Boy, I just love SVL. No,
Me
so
too.
I,
What I say?
I I am sorry for was it Piggles who said he had to give up. I said no Piggles. I jumped in at SVL at $19.
Woo!
Mm, mm.
I sold a little bit the other day for $29. Was it this week or last week? And then it went to 30. SVL
What a
has been
life.
good to me. Good to me. Very good
Boy,
to me. So,
boy, go to enough people, trust me.
that's been good to me. I have spur tree in my long term. So spur tree, SVL, those are my hardcore long term. I didn't get dollar. I just got the regular allocation at the IPO, and then I bought some dollar at $3.30. And we know the story with dollar kind of just stagnated.
Mhm.
And then one day I saw it move, so I sold it at $3.40. Not necessarily to make back up, to break even, but so that I could try something because I keep trying little things. So I marked the
That's
amount
where you
of
learn.
units I marked the amount of units that I had,
Mhm.
and then I sold it at $3.40, and I bought back the same amount of units at $3.06. So I like that. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying?
Now explain to the people.
So
Explain to
so
the
I
people.
bought
Yeah.
dollar. I didn't get enough dollar. I don't think anybody got enough dollar at IPO. So when I bought dollar, I bought it at $3.30. And I recognize that I need to let go of dollar and rebuy dollar lower. Or you could have averaged down. I figured it would have been the same thing basically. But then I saw that in a week, dollar went up to $3.40. So I sold it at $3.40. And then I bought back the same amount of units that I had before when the price fell and went down to $3.05.
And my thing is, how did you know? How you know that?
Mhm.
It's
Before all this
always
go on.
impressive to me.
How do I
I don't
know
know.
that was gonna fall again?
Yeah. And rise. 'Cause, I mean, being able to predict both is extremely important.
Mhm.
Well, I can't even say, but I look at, as I said before, I look at the just when the graph comes up, you move it. Because remember when it comes up on 3 months. So you move it to 6 months, you move it to the year, and you go through and you look at the heights. That's a peaks. That's how I do it.
Which
And I say,
graphs?
all right, over this period, the peaks have been higher than this. And then I look at the troughs. That's the low part. And I said, all right, if it has not been here in over this period, or if it has been here, it means that it will eventually rise because you're following dollar in the news now. Remember, you have to be doing the research now. And let me tell you something. I like the dollar CEO, all right? I like his approach to life. I like his brazenness. I just like that about him. So I'm following all of that, and the wannabe access and the all kinds of things going on, because remember that going on. But for me, it's like, to me, I feel that that CEO is like, if you give him your money, him going to try his best to give you back with a little thing on it. He cares.
Value on top of the value.
Like him like that. I don't like when people too passive. So I kind of just like his brazenness. So I look at the research and I say, I know in my mind, even now I am holding on to dollar. That's why I bought it back lower, because I just feel that he has his strategies coming that will play out, even though, it's a stable ship right now, but I just like it. I like it for long term, as in one of the junior stock for long term. So I'm holding on to that for that. So I did that. In between, well, so my major portfolio is the Spur Tree and Supreme Ventures. And everybody know I do my little active day trading. And man, I made a loss. So my worst stock was one of my best stock. I don't know how to explain it.
But tell us what it is and we can figure it out.
I create.
Okay.
All right. So yes, I've been flipping I create, and I make a couple $100 flipping $100,000 flipping I create, right? But then
No man, say that again, let the people hear
Say
it,
that
man.
again, man. Let me hear them, man. Cause
but I'm vexed, I'm vexed
I can't never even get anti-flip recently.
yeah, because all right, I flip I create. I remember I create went up to $4.80. I spoke about it already. I flip I create nicely and it's sweet, man. Oh Jesus. But I wanted to move out of my comfort zone, which is just buying of stock. I wanted to participate in something that's happening. So when this split came for Fosrich, I didn't have any cash. So I couldn't participate. Yeah, I couldn't do that. So the next thing that was up was the rights issue. So I read up, and remember, I just started investing, So when I just start investing, I'm not quite sure of all the things. Well, I'm not sure of most of the things. I just tried. So I understand in my head what a rights issue is. And I said, all right, I'm going to buy, because when I read the literature, it said that they were going to have a rights issue. And I got excited, because I wanted my letter to come in the post to tell me how much extra shares I'm going to have. And I was just really excited. I said, I'm gonna participate in this to be able to say that I did it. But then all kinds of, I said, madness happening, and it never happened. And I feel personally burnt. Almost like you have a lover and then burns you. But I feel personal that the CEO, I don't know. Like them doing them own thing over there. Like when you trust the CEO and the CEO and live up to your expectation, that's how I feel. I feel.
Tyrone give the share of them both, not say?
Sorry, say that again.
You say Tyrone give the share of them both, that's what you say?
Yeah, I just, yeah.
I forgot to tell him, same give them both.
Yeah, and me not like it, because you said you were gonna do this and you didn't do it. All right, so now I'm looking and I'm reading, and the acquired vibes. But I wanted a rights issue to participate in.
I don't know that's gone though. I wouldn't say it's done. Or it's not going to happen. It just don't happen yet, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we can't wait for. Well, I personally, my money can't wait forever.
Oh, I fully support that.
My money can't wait forever, It was as in my, we think the vehicle carrying you a certain place and you already set your time on it, etc. So I'm going to have to jump out of that vehicle, because it's not getting me where I want, and everybody money different. My money can't be tied up waiting on you to whatever your need on your word. I just wanted you say you're gonna do it, and what I've realized now reading other things is that sometimes these things happen, because I was reading, was it JMB, and they are supposed to do something from forever.
These things don't happen. That does not
Right.
happen. Sorry, sorry. I just correcting that one point that you made. These things do
Mm-hmm.
not just happen. In fact, let me use the opportunity to just help everybody who might be listening on one end. So you said with iCreators that you're expecting the right issue,
Right.
and a record date was set September 12th. The company put out, oh, sorry, September
Yeah,
12th, the
my
company
bad.
put out a
Record date, yeah.
notice stating that the record date for the right issue was September 26th.
Mm-hmm.
That means that the right issue has to happen. Now, I mean, the girl subscribers know my views and understand how I talk about rights issues. So it's a little different when how I talk about it off air versus on air. But what I'll say is that there is a gap there, meaning, yes, we've had the right issue. Yes, a right issue is being done, it's been passed, resolution was passed. See limit to be increased.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, I read that too.
Mm-hmm.
I read that too. Well,
And then, if I had those things, they would have to be on the main market.
Well, they can
Or hold on,
again. I'm trying to
not
different
main
consultancy
market. Yeah,
work.
there's a
Yeah,
good amount of things, and there's a specific kind of I'm not ready to go into the specifics. I need to go into the on it right now. So I was trying to say, not a free consultation.
yeah, but they can raise. They can raise, and it is I suspect that what's happening is that the company is waiting
On the junior market
on the junior
increase.
market limit to be increased. So let's say March, April, assuming that
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Clark approves it and announces it, then I suspect after that point there may be the raise that was promised, that was expected, and yeah, I just wanted to correct that point that you were saying. So I don't want it to seem like iCreate has not fulfilled its
No, nothing this
promise.
year. There, yeah.
Yeah, they're just taking a little
okay.
longer than people may have expected. To be fair, they have not broken any official promise
Mm-hmm.
that I have seen, with the exception of stuff like saying that they'd be better at their corporate governance and yada yada yada. But I mean, the report's coming out on time. That's
Mm-hmm.
good. There's loads of room for improvement, but I think it's better than it was in the previous year. Anyway, that's just me adding color to your point, Teacher Striker. Continue.
Okay, appreciate that. I will have to analyze and see if that is the right vehicle, or if I can stay, or if I can come up and go back on at a different time for that.
Which is right. Yeah, man. As always, lead with your money first. What you want for your money, your goals and everything. Stock secondary. So, as I said before, I create worked in the past. It doesn't necessarily have to work for you. For where you hold it, it have to be. I create doesn't have to work for you. I mean, we want it to, but if it doesn't, then you know exactly what to do next.
Yes, man. Yes, man. But I have great hopes for 2023. I like this year. I'm very, very glad that I started investing, because what it also did was all the money that I would, some little money that you would spend on frivolous things. Right now, anytime, something come up, you say, no, sir, I have to go use that money to go buy some stocks. So what you find is that your portfolio keeps improving, increasing, you're spending on the on the things that we love to order on Amazon, etc. Much less than that back, and haven't even been ordering online and so forth, because the money must be working. Yeah, I really, really appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to 2023. I know it is going to be a good year. So I'm cleaning up my portfolio. I think I have around 4 stocks left. Of course, I will have my 2. Plus, I create sitting there that I'm making. And I think I've made my decision on what to do come next week, Tuesday, with that. And I will, as much as possible, keep on being here, keep on trying to learn. I understand the beauty of selling. I have an intricate, and most people too, relationship with my stock. And I spoke to Danhai one time, and one's like, sell that must go. And how Danhai says it, I'm like, I wonder if Danhai knows that I love up and hug up my stock. I really feel him know that. And when the day and then I say sell, and the week pass, and I'm looking at the stock same way, and then it was then that I realized that this emotion that I'm putting into the stock, I have to change that. I have to know that this is a stock. If you're not getting where you want to get, you have to get rid of it and get on to something else. That for me is the biggest thing. Learning when to sell, when to buy, how to reach to the top of the queue. I figured out that, how to put in the little thing. So when you want to sell, your thing gets sold immediately. That sort of thing. I'm really, really, really happy. Gonna put in this, one of my friends is not doing so well, and she set up a GoFundMe. I was glad I could go on a GoFundMe and just say, all right, I'm selling that stock and just contribute. Before
I love that.
I couldn't. I would not, and I would not have had any money to do that from before, or I would have to be thinking about it 3 or 4 times. Do some other little things too, I have my son at university. I have his school fee. And then I said, but why must I pay the university all of the school fee at once? People now don't follow me if you can't do it. No, so what I did is this. They brought the school fee. They sent a payment plan with the school fee. So I said, but look, instead of me paying 500,000 odd, whatever, I could pay this over 4 tranches. Why must I give them my money cheaper? So I just waited, paid the first tranche, instead the rest of the money, pay the second tranche. So some of the times I used just profit to pay that month. Some of the times I had to make it up. But gone are the days now. Even me, I'm going back to school too, and that's another university fee. I make my university fee in stock. I make my own. So my own is much less because it is subsidized. So my son own, I try to make some of it and add on to it. But my own, I make my own for the month. I make sure that I try my best to make my school fee money, and it has been doing very well. You have to know when your school fees due, because remember they'll add on late fee if you don't pay it in time or so forth. So you have to be very careful with that. But I am not paying any bill in full when somebody gives me an option to pay it in pieces, because the money I put on the stock market, and even if it's even at $10,000 or $20,000, I make off the stock market. So I'm very happy, and I am actually very happy. And I just want to say again, thank you very much for all the work that you have been doing, both you and Danhai, when you tweet, when you talk, when we listen to Brick Talk, and I've been listening to it almost every single Friday from I started in January, and it has helped me and my family significantly, and I just want to thank you all for that. All right, so have a
Gotcha.
prosperous new year.
Yeah, man. Big
Thank
up
you
teacher
very
striker
much,
every
Teacher
single
Striker.
time. I know that,
Yeah,
me,
man.
Randy. Cause two
What that?
scoopy me up here the year too.
Two scoopy off of the market, and hold
Half of the
on.
market. If I were to say it, but I say, But see somebody else, I do it. So.
Teacher Striker,
Yeah.
I don't want, well, you've said it before publicly. Can say, you can tell the people what you do for, I mean, we say Teacher Striker, she's a teacher.
Mm-hmm. Because she
Yeah.
didn't teach a
She
striker.
teaching.
She doesn't teach. Exactly.
Yeah.
She teaches. So
Yeah.
regular people doing it. No, I'm not telling everybody that they need to go out there and try and spin and pay them school fee and them kids school fee off the market.
But
But
if you
damn,
can,
if you can,
Yeah. Yes. And
it's a
I'm
damn
doing
good
it.
option. Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
honestly,
I
I
mean,
mean, go ahead, go ahead.
well, I'm saying I'm doing it and it works out very, very well for me. It works out very well for me. And I am happy. And I am happy. Very, very
Boy,
happy with
somebody in the subscriber group said that you're their favorite investor who isn't in the group. That's what they just say. I won't know what they just say. You're their favorite investor who's in the group, and for me, I think you're probably one of my favorites, not the most favorite person that comes on
Come
Brick Talk
regularly,
and
you know.
talk.
I same.
Yeah, man.
Same.
Why?
Yes.
One, I always point out this. A lot of women, when I talk to me, they DM me when they see me in person, them talking to me about investing. They're kind of afraid. They kind of
Yep.
doubt themselves, and I'm letting them know that women are. Look at top striker Shan. She's literally
Yes,
it's always
my
women that take to this
yeah.
thing extremely
Yep.
well.
Yep.
You are doing it. No, I'm not saying that your method is perfect. I've said it before that I want to sit down and go through your method, and I know that you're doing. From what I can hear it, you're doing a lot of things by your subconscious is showing you things that you're not necessarily seeing it. So like you're doing like you're for example, you talk about the dollar plays that you're doing. And you say, first of course you need research, you have to understand dollar. You have to understand the thing that you're in. I mean, you've done great, you know how I feel about that. And then of course that forms the basis for the moves that you make on the market. And aggressive investing as a retail investor requires that sort of thing. And well, I would say nobody's teaching it. I mean, I'm teaching it, and but nobody outside of a very small circle is very serious and teaching it in a serious way. The banks, the house is going to take to put on your money as long as they can, so they can spin it. And I don't know how well they're doing at spinning it, but you can see your literal evidence of how regular people can do it on their own and are doing it on their own. More for you're a teacher. I remember earlier this year the comments from both online and from government officials and so on about teachers. And I remember one minister saying that teachers should probably start to invest. Boy, I'm surprised them don't link it. Because you'd be doing what they said.
Some of them things only talk they talking, man. It's only talk. I keep on speaking to my colleagues and listen, I was in a master's class over at you and I mentioned, they said, like, what you do? So I said, well, I study the stock in the day and stuff. Nobody paid me any mind. So we're just having like a group discussion and they're like everybody saying what their side hustle is. And when I saw my side hustle from the professor to the students in the class, not a soul paid me any mind. I just sat down there and I said, okay. None of them.
You know what the funny thing is? That's only going to continue because the reality is you're doing something that most people in this industry can't do. Not won't
I,
do. You're doing something that most people in the industry cannot do. If they could, they would do it. But
yeah.
you're doing something that most of them literally cannot do. And I mean, I'm impressed every time you come on and talk, every single time. And the fact that you're doing it for a real worthy cause, meaning your own life, you're helping yourself, you're supplementing your income, and you reach a point that you're doing things like what I do. If people listen to earnings season and some of the brick talks here, then I was joking about how charitable I am. I know the feeling, and I share it as much as I can, of being able to see something, somebody that might need the help or a cause I can help with, and investing and taking the money and paying to it. And I do it. I don't load it up, but I do it. I do it. People know. People who get it know. Sometimes I DM people. I just send them money. Let me say that. I don't want nobody stress me out in the year. Let me not say that. But
Yeah.
like you mentioned, a GoFundMe for somebody that needed help. I know the feeling of being able to invest and take the profits and put into a GoFundMe. And I share it sometimes. I share it with the same investor group that we have. One of the things that we did, I think a month or so ago, we did a group exercise where it was a short term. It was deliberately a short term gain exercise, and the idea was that we split up the money that we wanted to invest, not to invest, split up the money that we wanted to donate to charity, and the idea was to invest it in the market in the short term because people like short term. I mean, I'm not always gung ho about it, but people do like it, and it's a good skill to have. And invest in the short term and donate the proceeds from the investment. And I was proud of the group. I mean, let's say that they were supposed to donate 10 grand. The group fine was at 20, 30. Like them beat it handily. People are able to donate more than they actually expected to. And it was coming from the market. And like one person, they can come on, they can come on if they want and talk about it. But one person, I remember the line of them saying, it feels good that it didn't feel like I really donated because it's not me paying it. You
I
get me?
know the feeling. That's exactly how I felt. So I just went in. I had SVL from $19. I sold it at 29. When I went in, it was at 29.60. I wanted to get it immediately. I sold it. And I sold it at 29, like 29.40 to be at the top of the queue. And because when you do the difference, that is just like hundreds of dollars. And it doesn't even feel, because it is like you have this money now, and I am so grateful. I just hope say I don't have any emergencies to like eat up a lot of my money. I just want to continue doing what I'm doing, and it is really, really, really beneficial. The other day, my son decided to start investing, but the teenager as well, he's gonna be 20. They had a hearing. He decided he's not doing stock exchange. He's doing what is it? Currency trading.
Forex.
Yes.
Yeah, this
So
was. Mm,
I gave him 450 US to start. I think that was what he said he needed to start. And like a week, he was so excited. Mommy, 1,500 US. And I'm like, whoa, you met more than me, man. In this week, you met more than me. And, I was really impressed. All right. 2 days after, I have to be consoling him lying down in bed. I said, what happened? He said, XYZ, and I don't know the graph and the Japan this and the
FTX.
this and that. And the money go down to $50. So I'm saying, you mean like you don't have a base? Like when the stock go down, I still have my same units. He's like, no, the money just disappeared. You mean the money disappeared? 1,500. You should have heard me. You mean it just disappeared like that? And he's like, that's how it is, mom. I'm at $50. And I'm like, well, you try and make that back up. And I'm like, that does not happen in stock. You have the same amount of units. So even if it goes down, it will come up again. But them not really want here. He made it back up to probably $500. So he's still in it. But of course, I say, you stay where you are, and I will stay where I am at. That's all I tell him. Because I'm not putting my money for it to disappear in one swipe like that. I said, no, I am comfortable where I am at. So
Mhm.
next year, though, I am going to be investing for my life insurance, kind of like figure it out like that. When all of us have our health insurance and our critical illness and our life insurance. So I
No, we
figured,
should. Well, I
right,
mean, the critical illness stuff is key. I tell everybody that you should have
yeah,
that. You should have a backup for your pension. You should have plans around a pension, whether it be a formalized pension plan or money that you put in on for if you're an informal pension plan. But yeah,
Right.
and
So
it's a
that is
safety
what.
net. Yeah.
Right. So I have those. So what I'm trying to do for, like I said, like in like 2 or 3 years. So if, for example, your life insurance just in case would be like, let us say, just $1 million for talking sake, $1 million. I want to make sure that I have an account with that amount and stop paying, so I can stop that one over there through the regular ones. So I have it in stock. So right now I have it like through the Sagic or the Guardian, the wherever. But now I want to invest and say that that account is my life insurance. That account is my critical illness. That account is for the cruise because I want to do Europe. Not this year, not 2023, but 2024. I want to do Europe. So that is the Europe account. That's how I'm gonna. So I have 4 accounts. So that's how I'm kind of spreading it out, kind of. I don't know if it makes any sense, but that is how I'm looking at each of them. So each of them will have different vehicles that I'm using: long term, medium term, short term, flip outs for the school fees and the light bill, of course. So I'm just putting
She said the light
putting
bill.
my. Oh yeah, we have to put in the light bill. We have to the light bill is an expense by itself. It's heavy. So
Don't I know it? Don't I know it?
So I'm just putting all of like I just getting a financial plan around my investments and sorting out my life, that way, So I'm very glad, I'm just very happy that I have learned this new way of doing stuff. And sometimes I say to myself, man, had I known this from before. But, I'm grateful for where I am at. I can even I don't know if it happens to you, Randy, you just know the stocks out of your head, the ones you're interested in. So you see something at $5, you know that you're not buying that there. You see it go down. It's like, no, I just know the stocks out of my head. Some of them,
But I know the whole market. I know the whole
exactly. You
market.
know the
Yeah.
whole market, yeah.
Well, you
I,
have to one because I come on and talk, and two, I mean, have the groups have to be able to speak from a position of knowledge. Three, I actually like the investing. Four, you never know where the opportunity is going to be, right? And
exactly.
yeah, that's a major point. You never really know where the opportunity is going to be. So what you think about when you think about like that list I shared earlier, the top 20 stocks in the top 20 stocks that for 2022. While
Okay,
some of
so
them everybody can expect the IPOs, look at main event. A lot of
right.
people, I mean, I thankfully I've had some money in main event and I put more money in main event this year. You wouldn't People might know just be paying attention to main event. In fact, I suspect in the first quarter of next year, people are going to start realizing that wait, main event is making some serious
Serious
money,
money.
right? Like everybody realized, say, yo, everything outside, and take this with a grain of salt. A friend of mine once told me that you cannot hold an event in Jamaica over a certain size without involving main event. Even if you don't involve them, whoever you
Them
use is
involved.
probably going to use main
Involve
event.
them. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
even if it means to them rent the equipment or something.
Hmm.
So even if it's somebody else, main event has to be in there over a certain size. And we've seen the stuff. And
Hmm.
I'm going to see here, I'll throw out a little tidbit that was mentioned in the group. Main event has not yet reported their full year, and their full year is up to the end of October.
Hmm.
When was the Burna Boy concert?
This month.
It's after October, right?
Hmm.
Look how much parties happen after October.
Look
How
how much
much
party
parties
happened
happening?
since.
Yeah,
So what happened since? Look how much party happened before October, though. I think that quarter that don't report it, that was a very strong quarter. It was a very packed quarter. But this one in now, strong again. And last
their,
year that was not the case. We put under that down on COVID last year this time.
their Q1, right? And their last quarter that they report, the one up to July, there's more profit in that quarter than in the last. Well, I mean, it's unfair to say the last 2 years combined because of COVID, but there's more profit in that quarter than
That's
the
the
last
case.
two
It's
years
not unfair. It
combined.
is what it is.
There's more profit in that quarter than the last 4 years
Yes.
individually.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new main event. That's a company
Brother.
that we spoke about a concept earlier in the year. We spoke about a thing where some companies used COVID to revamp. We saw it with CPJ. Coming out of COVID is a different CPJ we're looking on, right? Making money now and setting themselves up to make more. Some companies used COVID as a time to really rework themselves. Main Event, in my view, is one of those companies. And if you don't pay attention to the market, if you're just looking at whatever is hot, whatever is being spoken about on Twitter, blah, 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 you're going to miss opportunities like that. And this is the 8th largest. That's 99.8% on top of your money. You could buy a nice little amount of Main Event throughout the year. That's almost doubling your money. You could have borrowed some money. Again, I'm not telling people to do that, but you could have borrowed some money and your money would have, you could have borrowed $1 million and you'd have get another $1 million or $998,000 on top of your borrowed million, repay the million and you have the 998 left, right? Again, I'm not telling people to do that, but I'm saying that's something that could be done. And if you were just paying attention to the hot stocks, you would miss it, because I don't think Main Event is going to be the hot stock until maybe the first or second quarter next year. In fact,
people see it again.
I think maybe more accurately, people start paying attention to Main Event. I want to say March, maybe when they report in the first quarter, when they're reporting their first quarter. I think people start paying more attention to them. And that's an easy example of what happens if you don't pay attention to the whole market, right? That there are gains out there to be made, and only those who are actually serious about it are making it. So and they don't mean to have to be in all of them every single day, knowing exactly what's happening all the time. But you're right. You're looking on My Money JA. You're looking on just the overview of the market, and you see certain things. You have
looking
certain,
for gain.
Exactly. You see certain price and you're like, wait, this is at this price?
That price? And just because you had so much context, you're looking at it, you know what going for it. When you finally see that something else don't make sense, you're ready. It's not all right, I'm going to see that this I haven't seen for a very long time there, so I'm going to run and do a bag of research. I've done my research already, and I didn't know, say, yo, if that reached that price, I'm in there. So, if you're not looking, imagine that.
Like I think first bit this morning at $3.50.
Yeah, and 420 it hit today. It apparently. So imagine that in the one day 350 and 420. What a big spread, right? So
right. But thanks again. I really enjoy talk. I really enjoy
respect. Thanks every time. No, trust me.
All the best. Yes.
Man, I appreciate every time you come.
Love that. Big up the teacher striker. Boy, Danhai, man, she's truly refreshing for me.
Yeah, man.
Every time I hear her, man, I remember saying, man, this thing worth doing. And really, no, go ahead.
And then compared to every single time we hear the know-it-alls, we have a wide range of people that call in, right? And you say about how the women are doubting themselves. And look on that. We have somebody doubting themselves, and that's a big deal in boy. How you get better, you have to know what exactly why you short and whatever, right? But how often we get there? Boy, I know this thing, so I'll come and tell Randy and Danhai how this thing go, and I'll never change my thought on it and whatever, and I'll get argued. Despite me, I'll make a loss and argue say it's profit. We've seen that, right? So refreshing every single time you hear somebody new to the game, start this year, doing a lot this year, versus boy, I'm in this thing for how long, whatever. I know everything, but I still can't do the thing right. So, big up teacher striker every single time.
Yeah, man, that attitude of there's so many gains that she make because she think that she don't know everything, so she's
such a look quiet.
Yeah.
If you know everything, you don't need to look for anything at all. So you never have that feeling of okay, what's next? It's wherever I am is the right place, right? Versus I don't really know still, and I can be wrong, so I need to get as right as possible.
Yeah, that's a strong approach to have. Of course, the doctor who is always tuning in, the one and only, the brick cutter himself,
Dr. Phil, Dr. Bricks.
Big up, family. How going?
Big up,
the money
sir.
family.
How was your year, sir?
Boy, it was a very good year. I would say lots of lessons learned, lots of money made, and looking forward to making a lot more in 2023.
Word, the man have that studied answer, so the money really make this
Yeah,
year
but
overnight.
you know, man, you see, like you get the question often.
I must say I'm disappointed at some of the moves never to work out. Could have worked out better, but
Word.
we live and we learn. We move forward.
Well, let's get the bad out of the way before we talk about the good. What's some of the
But
moves
yeah,
that
you
disappointed you
regret.
this year?
I say, boy, it could have better.
Timing, bad timing on some things. I'd say the most recent one that I timed badly was JFP.
Word.
Really?
I got in. Yeah.
Why is the time badly?
Yeah,
Because
why
me
is the
and you
time
talk
badly?
today. I don't get that feeling. So I'm surprised in a way.
Yeah,
And
man.
for context, hold on. For context, let me just give the people context. JFP is the 11th largest gainer in 2022 on the local stock market. It ended the year up 72%.
It's hard to regret that one,
Yeah.
Ended the year up 72%. And in terms of IPOs, it's a fourth. It's the fourth largest behind Spurtree, Dollar, and Edifocal.
Right.
So why was that one of the bad ones for you?
I am trying to find where it is, but I bought it at around 170, and it was, I think, it just had to do with timing and needing some funds at a particular time, and that ended up being the one. It was down, but it ended up being the choice that I had to make in terms of being able to get out a decent volume without, dropping the stock price by dropping the stock price too much when I needed to get some cash.
Yo, that I hear the man.
Yes. I feel it sounds different. Oh God.
No,
Oh
God. His exit performance, not the stock price.
Man in a fund management in a seat, man.
Fund
Oh,
manager
man,
started. Jaja. Top 10
Because
film.
surgery alone him do.
So you got in at 170. I'm assuming from what you said then, I think there are like 3 times, 5. Around IPO time, of course, it broke that. It went as high as 152-week high was $2. Yeah, but closer to the first set of results, 170. Happened again a little after that, close to that, and again in July. And again close to that in early November around the Q3 results, and now at the end of the year it's at 172. So I'm assuming if you're getting at 170, you got out, you exited at a much lower price. So you took a loss on that.
Yeah, I took a loss on that.
All right.
I took a loss on that, but the reason that I point that out specifically is that I'm disappointed that I had to come out of it when I did.
So I have no time in our life. It's like, boy, I need the money still, so
Yeah, exactly. It's just life, because the intention was not to the intention was to sell it at not to sell it now. It wasn't a short-term play that I went into it for, but like I said, it was of what I had in portfolio, it was what I was willing to part with at that time.
I know that feeling. Those hard choices where people who doing like the teacher striker thing, where maybe not necessarily as intensely as the teacher striker, but people who are who use their portfolio. So you have like, maybe if you split your portfolio, you have your active portfolio and you have your base. You'd sometimes have to make those hard choices. I understand. I mean, I had that too. I think for me, let me just, so you don't feel too much. There's a shared pain is halved. So let me tell you one of them that I think I got. Oh, I did not make as much money off iCreate as I would like to. I did get out at a profit, but I didn't get out at the level I would like to. I think that got beaten down a bit more, and that was always, if you want for me, Fesco, one of the market favorite stocks for the year. I didn't make as much money off Fesco as I would have liked to. Hardly. That's a very, very, very popular stock. So, it needs a lot, I think, to move it, or it needs interested parties with deep pockets. Uh, those I think are the only ones. Look, at least at the top 25 are the only ones that I would have touched that I would have regret leaving early. Didn't leave at a loss, thankfully, but I regret leaving early. And of course, idiot
Well,
AMG. That
Brother, brother, brother. You see that price now?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's funny. I think this also works well with other conversation. Works into other conversation we've had around AMG, privately and publicly.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the large units on the queues, they can see them effect now, right?
What did they end the year at?
Yeah, $2
$2.96.
after that, after all the great, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting thing. If you think about it, and I think about it more than so right now because I'm a client and we had a certain talk around AMG, certain things we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And the specific case, and what the case I'm looking at is the fact that you could have been strong gain on it. Why that comes in, and me and the client were at AMG thing that we got the gain we needed, and the person said they weren't paying attention, so they didn't sell. So no, it's where it is now. And the funny part is just the comfort you can have being in a stock at whatever price, everything cool, whatever. But just because you're not checking your vehicle, you're not checking the money, you're not checking the stock you're in, your money is tied there. Your money live and die with this thing going up and down. But you never just get up and say, boy, I'm going to check it. I'm going to see if it is where I need it to be, what I need to be here, whatever. You just never check the stock at all. It's at the point where they set and forget it idea. People have our own stocks and their money. It just don't make sense. If you're not set and forgetting stocks, it's not forgetting your money.
Yeah.
So we imagine being in AMG for XYZ and boy, everything makes sense, but you just never check it enough. Or you reach more than just AMG, any stock, you reach where you want to reach, and boy, I mean, I check the stock market, see, set and forget it. And you come for it when you actually need the money, and you find out say it's not enough. And for a good while before you needed the money, you could have get where you need to get out of it and go about your business.
Right. Goal first, man. Goal first.
Indeed. That's a big deal, you know. It sounds simple. That's the worst part. What I feel, how simple it sounds. Us invest with a goal, and you know how everybody goal don't really actually add up to a sensible, smart goal. Is just I'm gonna make it as the thing sounds simple, so I'm going to execute it as simply as I can, right? And then really work out that way there. Yeah. So goal first. People need to learn that and practice it. Practice what you preach. Practice the thing. Like I think Randy mentioned something like that earlier. Just say, I'm doing this. I say I'm doing this, but what am I actually doing that ties into that thing that I say I'm doing?
Yep.
What am I actually doing towards that?
Yeah, and I should point out something that I think this year taught me for myself and for a lot of other people too is goal first. Don't mean that your goal is your goal and it never changes. Sometimes you'll achieve it, and after a certain time, you almost have to adjust. Not almost have to adjust how you invest to match a goal. Yeah, like what you will do when you're just starting out with 100 grand or the 50 grand is not what you'll do when you start touching 2, 3, 4, 5 million. It can't be, right? You can't do the same sort of flip and whatever, right? It's so funny. Then I was thinking about we had an old earnings season episode, and I know Phil would know this because I've listened for a long time. Where we were talking about IPOs, and I'm thinking about then till now where I don't buy IPOs.
It's almost it drop on. I feel almost guilty not caring as much as people want me to. Then people go into a frenzy, bro. IPO drop, I don't care. I don't care as it happened or whatever. It's just in the way, like
not the way that
I like it's happening, like everything. But as a boy, do I need to be applying to this and be rushing to? I don't get that feeling. I don't get the rush, this crunch time. Now you pull from everywhere to jump into this IPO. It's a very different ball game now than before, and with the money, they're now different. So
yeah, there's very, very few, and that, by the way, is a function of both the money changing and the market itself changing.
Market changing. But I look at this and I laugh in a day. when we were in 2019, and people were using the Warren Buffett said he doesn't buy IPOs as a reason to bash IPOs or bash buying into IPOs, the expectation of a thing. And then at that point, you were getting better allocations in an IPO 2019, 2018. You could have $100,000 and it matter way more. If $100,000 in an IPO then matter way more than $100,000 in an IPO today. It's not, I don't know, way more, but it matters more. It was the boy, if you think millions in an IPO, you get everything out and go with business. That's never been the case, right? But
yeah. But
yeah,
how they
IPO
were
strategy could have.
also priced then was
Yes.
different. How they were put forward was different. Even going back before 2019, 2018, 2017, we were spoiled. Assistant Berry in the chat, and I mean, what his host did spoil a lot of us. He used to be able to get. I remember when I worked hard to try and get the Mayberry account because he used to be able to get a better price or a better reserve if you're a Mayberry client.
Yep.
Between the hosts, I don't know if it's the hosts is why that's dead now. Maybe it's FSC or I don't know why, but it's not.
It's not happening.
It's not happening quite the same way anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whereas a little more a different approach.
Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, definitely people are spoiled, and that's not the game you're playing now.
Yeah, different time, different game. But I don't want you to feel too sad, Sir Phil. Tell us about something that you liked.
Randy.
Yeah, man. So
hold on one sec, Phil. One of the CEOs interrupting us.
Randy's dead because of the FSC.
Well, let's be careful how we say that.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
I mean, not that you're wrong. I just mean, I think it is because FSC rules change, right? Around how offers have to be made.
Yeah, maybe Sir Berry can speak to it first. I don't know if he's willing or able.
Yeah, well, I think I don't think it's from the hosts. I think it's from the FSC. But even you would have known Garden back then. It was a better time. For small. I don't know if you remember when you had less money, Swaby. But
foggy. Memory get foggy.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a different time. So back then it was a big deal, man. If you have 300 grand and you can apply in the IPO and get 5%, or you can apply as a Mayberry customer and get 15%. Why wouldn't you apply as a Mayberry customer, right?
Absolutely.
And things were priced differently. It's obvious. I think maybe going forward to IPOs are definitely changing, and it's going to be more important to the investing public. What we'll have to start realizing the importance of is when an IPO is priced well, managed well, and just done completely.
Yeah, man.
Randy, I'm a little bit biased. But I think that Mayberry is the best host for that. And I mean that's clear from what we're seeing out there in the market now.
I mean, I haven't done an IPO yet, and I think the same. So
I'm biased, but I still don't see that invoice to Mayberry. So
no, man, it's not a Mayberry advertisement, and it's not because I'm a Mayberry client. Me being edifocal, but honestly, I think everybody's just copying the formula, or at least attempting to copy the formula. Seriously,
they haven't gotten it wrong yet. But
no.
Well, I don't want to jump into it. You've heard me speak before how excited I'm about what's to come. With what I think is to come with the bond market and the same way. And funny enough, one tranche of that close, right? And look at the allocation on that, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
On the top tranche, 100%. Long time I don't seen something like that in something that I think is exciting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But that's a good point, Swaby. Swaby, since you pop back in, I'll point out that like your IPO, I put that in a smaller class of IPOs.
Correct.
And look on the difference between your IPO. I'm so sorry, I know you might not like this. But this is a market conversation, and you do have a competitor in one-on-one. And look at the two companies, same sector, same sort of thing, same price for an IPO, same year, same market, and look at the difference in results. And to me, I think that's a matter of how the entire IPO process was done for both of those companies. That makes a world of difference. To the person just looking on, you look at the same thing. Two edtech companies coming to JC at $1. Yet look at the difference, and the difference shows in share price, and hopefully it shows in profits also.
Yeah. So Randy, big up to one-on-one CEO Allen. Really great guy. Somebody I have a lot of respect for. I mean, it's a competition, but it's not a competition, right?
Yeah,
And
competition isn't
you,
bad, so yeah.
no, competition isn't bad, right? And obviously, the quality of the offering is different from the quality of the company. Because you can have a great company and a poor offering. And I believe that you know Edufocal's offering was structured properly. I remember us wanting to have you know what, let me not talk about that. But I was guided accordingly.
Thank you
Um
very, very much. Thank you very much.
I was guided accordingly, Randy, in terms of how our offering should have been structured. And I'm really, really happy I took that advice. Sometimes you go into something thinking that you know everything, or you understand, or you want to structure things in a particular way. And I'm just really happy I listened to good counsel from Mayberry and others, because we could have had a bad situation if I wasn't somebody who took advice.
I'm glad to hear that, and I know that your company being seventh largest gainer for the year. Congrats and thank you.
Thank you.
And third largest IPO for the year is not an accidental thing. 122% gain in less than a year is
Yeah.
beyond impressive.
Yeah.
So
And I mean, it hasn't been a perfect year for us, Randy, obviously. I mean, sometimes the timing of certain things don't work out in the way that you want, but I feel like we have a lot of gas left in the tank. I feel like we're just not even feel like we're just getting started. And I feel like 2023 will be an even better year for Eddie Focal. And I'm generally just bullish on the market. I think that the market is going to be very lively next year. Expecting what, 10 to 15 IPOs. And the market is growing, and I'm extremely happy about that. That redounds to the benefit of all, for all of us. All of us will benefit from a
mhm.
growing market. So I'm very excited about that. And to answer your earlier question, Randy, I do remember I still don't have enough money. If you look at the quality of opportunities out there, I never have cash. I'm always out of cash. That's the challenge I have.
That's a sign of doing it right, brother. I know
Yeah,
what you
Yeah.
mean.
super
Richest
Sorry about
vibes.
person
that.
I know.
But Shavit, you say it hasn't been perfect, but show me where it's perfect and why.
Yeah, man.
I've yet
Actually,
to
it
see it.
doesn't
So at the end of the
exist.
day, exactly. So
Yeah,
good is good
man.
enough,
Yeah, man.
and great
Well,
even better.
Yeah, man. And
And
again,
it's a
thank you for
number
our
three, right?
shareholders for the support. Yeah. Yeah, number
so
3. Yeah.
so great indeed.
Yeah, man. It feels good.
Big up big up and thank you. Sir Phil.
Every time.
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
man.
Yeah, don't make the CEO interrupt you like that again. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, Mr. You're a CEO in a field. You own the company.
My CEO, that one. My CEO, that.
No, I report to Phil, I report
Exactly.
to Phil.
That is true. That's a good way to that's a good thing to always remember. But Phil, you're saying outside of that though, so tell us something great, something that you enjoyed,
Yeah,
something that
man.
was good. And if you don't say Eddie Focal, no, if it's Eddie Focal. You have to go say something
I,
else.
I won't say
Thoughts.
Eddie for
Go ahead and take a spot.
Eddie Focal will be ever increasing, I suspect. However, my story for this year is, what I'm happy about is the compounding. There are a couple compounding stories that I have. I don't think it's any secret that I had a large stake in I Create,
You
and
what secret of thought?
I Create did me very well. I actually exited I Create between 149 and 276%.
Oh, so look on that.
I think
Your return on iCreate this year is greater than the total movement of iCreate this year. So it's
absolutely.
basically sold when it was higher. And that's
Uh,
funny because imagine that. Somebody got out at 200 and whatever, but people that held still some people still cutting 126%. So
right.
they're number 6. Trang growth.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
Heavy growth.
They say IK was over your life. IK was one you like the most. Get some really good game this year.
Well, yeah, man. It gave me a good gain. I mean, I don't want to overstate it. So I think on average, I probably exited about 190%, which is pretty good. And what I liked about it is that
And that was a big stake.
Yes, it was a large, certainly the biggest gain I've ever made on the market from a single company and the biggest exit. And with almost all of that money, I was able to quickly put it in so that was I create for over what, a year and a half. And I was able to identify and capitalize with almost all of that money on a quick play with Barita. Compounding that money with 21%.
Feel an in public play them, man.
Yes. So I'll tell you
Feel
about
an in public plays. It's a spotlight to spotlight, top 10 too.
Yeah, man. So
Jesus.
that 190.
Dr. Bill himself. Billionaire.
I never even remember that whole thing. That's a good thing. Phil, you are the one who caused that whole eruption because you
He got talked out, man.
Yeah, he actually came on Brick Talk and talked about how him doing a Barita play.
Everybody take out the pen and say, which Barita play? Or that go?
What's this Barita play?
Yeah, and so we saw that little rise in the middle of October there. To this day, I don't know what was behind that. Meaning, there were pronouncements by Barita about what they're planning to do. They spoke about their own their employee, their ESOP, and again, I'm not doing a free consultancy work, and I don't think they need it.
Absolutely not.
What that means. So I to this day I still don't really. I don't make none of them great money that everybody make off Barita. So I've not bought that stock. But seeing what happened with it, I still wondered what a lot of people saw when they were running in, and I think a lot of people might have been disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Phil, what did you see? I don't know if you can detail why you bought it. Or what you were thinking when you did it. Because you say you made proper gain off it, which I assume meant, where did you sell?
I bought it at 88.11 and sold at $109 in the space of 2 weeks.
Word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, sirs.
14th of September I started buying and I sold on the 30th of September.
All right. What was the thinking behind that?
Just briefly, I would say it was just an expectation of an increase in the price at the end of the financial year, to a level that was higher than it ended the previous financial year, and that's an expectation. Based on a pattern that I'd seen over a couple years, quarters as well as years, and so I banked on that, and
Boy,
it worked out. It worked out. I did it with it's.
You're braver than me.
There's a little bit
to me
behind
that sounds like a gamble.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, boy, you're better than me.
To that.
Yeah. I'm not gambling like that. Not knocking your play. If it work for you. But to me, it sounds like a gamble. What gambling my terms. That's not to say you did something bad or wrong. I'm just saying.
There are a few signs behind it, but
okay.
That's a conversation for the group, I would say.
Okay.
But I was happy with that. So that was 21%
clearly,
on top of
the man says happy with it, in 80 out of 100 are in a short time. I'm happy with that, man.
That's not a lot. Yeah, that's not a joke amount. That's not a joke return.
Almost 30% in 2 weeks, and the man I say, yeah, man, happy with it. Like say, nah, man.
Yeah, and you say you made it on top of your what? On top of the money from where?
On top of on top of the 190% from I
I
Create.
create.
Woo.
Wow, sirs.
Woo.
Yeah.
Trung.
You know
And
that this year was a bad year for the stock market generally?
Yeah,
some
man.
here.
Everything was down apparently.
Do you know that?
Everything.
Some here.
Whew.
Sorry,
So I've been told.
Phil, you mentioned that you're in I Create's top 10, right? Or you just mentioned that you exited the position?
Yes, sir. I was in I Create top 10.
Yeah, man, and
And
you
didn't
managed to
exit.
move, man. You managed to move volumes,
Right. Which is an important point, you know.
correct? Which is why I'm bringing it up because some people believe that our market is not liquid enough for people to move. Feel like volumes, because feel like volumes are not normal volumes,
At
Obviously not. The man was worried about dipping the share price on JFP.
yep.
Yeah, man. You think those surgeon hands not working? They're working.
Quiet and careful.
Yeah, man. But wow, that's not a light thing to do in a year, though. 100% exit it and go into something and make another 80% and exit that
No man,
all within the year.
20%. The burrito was 20%.
On
But
top of the
IQ was 190. Was
100%.
on top of almost 200%.
Yeah,
Right.
just so regular people who afraid of maths, let me explain for you. Take a million and it go up, what, 190%? That's what you said, Phil?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
290.
So you know your million is 2.9 million.
Mhm.
And then that 2.9 million, it make another 20% on top of it.
Correct.
So the 2.9 million is now 3.5 million.
Jesus. 1 mil to 3.5.
Right. So that's
250%.
And for the viewing audience, I mean, those are hypotheticals. The real numbers are obviously much larger than a million.
I mean,
No,
them can
that's a
check.
good point to make. I
The
don't want to
thing
load up
is,
Phil pocket.
it can check the thing. They can. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of Phil. That's up to Phil.
No,
to
me
make
not
up.
talk field business. This is public. Everybody
It
knows
is
what.
public, yeah.
It's true. This is true.
No, maybe Phil no want him to check the top 10. No, no.
Yeah. That is
Next
So
thing, man, buy a
the
car.
point that was made there, that's what we made is true. Like people talk about the volume isn't there. Not saying that if you have hundreds of millions, I don't know, there's a different class and you have to act in a different way. But most people I hear who say that the volumes aren't there for the local market,
Them not really invest much
them do invest and they don't actually have the money to
to
for
do
hit
the.
whatever the top is gonna be.
Remind
for the
me.
hundreds to move the hundreds of millions, Randy, you'd have to get Barry on stage to talk
Let's say,
about that.
hey man, God would know.
No,
Thing
I
that,
wouldn't know. No, I
the,
definitely wouldn't know that. That's
I
And
know,
what
God,
yeah.
this is public information.
no.
I'm talking a business.
I wouldn't know. Randy, you and Danhai would know, and Chris Berry would know.
Well,
Man,
anybody who
I open the top 10 reports, so I would know.
anybody who uses my money JA would
Would
know
know.
because
Straight up.
yeah, the volumes are there and the amounts are there. And it's not a bad thing. That's another thing that I spoke about earlier this year that I still am proud of and happy for. This culture of poverty is not something to be looked up to. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be poor. Obviously not. I mean, I'm from a poor background myself.
I mean, people shouldn't be poor.
Yeah, ideally people shouldn't be poor. There's no shame in if that's your situation. But I don't think that we should be ashamed of speaking about the fact that we have something in Jamaica that is allowing regular people to become wealthy or become better, to do better with their money. Like that's what we've always wanted. That's the dream. So when the dream is being fulfilled, there's no
Can't
shame
fight
in
it.
saying
There's
it.
no shame in
Yeah,
that.
man.
It's like, people don't get that. The ideal is a richer Jamaica, and a richer Jamaica is richer people in Jamaica. So anyway, we can find wealth, anyway we can make wealth, then that's forward in our situation over and over and over and over. The stock market is the thing that drives that.
Yep.
It's the inclusion point for this is happening in Jamaica. This is where this thing I can then be a part of the growth of Jamaica on the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
That's
Randy.
strong. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, it's no secret that my financial fortunes have changed significantly this year. But I pour 10 years into Edufocal knowing that for me, anyway, to realize that kind of hard work would have been the market, and it never had to work out. So it was a bet. It was a big bet, right? And yeah, started Edufocal at 21. I'm 32 now, and I've never done anything else in my entire life.
You sure? Yeah, so much work it take to be an overnight success.
Yeah,
Trust
man.
me, yeah, man. It's a
The company
10
was
years of working.
registered. Yeah, the company was registered November 19, 2010. Launched March 15, 2012. So, and I've never had another job. So,
Yeah, man. 10 years of work, one night of success. That's how you go, you know.
yeah, man. So big up this. The stock market really can transform lives. The local stock market can transform lives.
It's
And you
transforming
can be
lives.
an ordinary Jamaican too, like me from Cristiano. So,
Big up you.
Making it happen. Yeah, man. Big
yeah,
up, big
man.
up, big up, big up. Sir
And
Phil, outside of that big play, what I've been looking at our top 25 list of risers. Uh, what what did you touch outside of what you've
there's a
mentioned? Obviously, you've touched Eddie Focal. You've also mentioned I Create. Um,
there's a nice small play that I made that teacher striker reminded me of when she spoke about dollar. When she it's dollar is not the stock I'm talking about, but she said that she looked at the units and she basically she go back for her money. So I many years ago I bought some Palace Amusement shares and I held those Palace Amusement shares. It was 236 shares. You know,
mm,
that was from 2018. I held those Palace Amusement shares from 2018 to sometime in 2020.
mm,
Sold on the advice of a wise advisor at the time. And I sold at profit. I lost it no. But when the advisor told me I didn't sell it initially.
mm,
And it went down. It went down and I lost quote unquote. So I sold at 50% up, but when he told me to sell, it was like 70% up.
mm.
So this year, lo and behold, Palace decided them going announce a stock split. So I bought about 500 shares. So bought more shares
Mm-hmm.
deliberately bought more shares. Um, Made the 20%, 22% and exited. Since then it fell and I bought back a small amount. I bought back 100 and odd shares and made another 18% on it and sold. Just to go back for my money.
But you didn't lose any money.
I didn't lose anybody. I didn't lose any money on any of the plays. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's the opportunities in the market
Sorry,
are wide and varied.
Phil, if you don't mind me asking, what's your average price for Eddie Focal?
My
Don't tell him. Phil, don't tell him. Phil, don't tell him. Don't tell him. It's okay.
I'm up,
Ask him
and I'm
afterwards.
happy.
You're up significantly?
I'm up significantly in what? Percentage or
Percentage and well,
money?
I'm money. Well, you only put in large amounts. So.
No, I'm not. And it's actually I will make the point. You know, I won't say specifics, but I am not up significantly in percentage because I have been buying Eddie Focal.
Straight up. Don't stop. You say
Buying and
buying and
believing.
buying and buying. So
Buying and buying and buying.
Well, I see the shareholder report. So I know.
Yeah, there you go.
it's a top 10 again.
Boy, if you're not careful, him in top 10 in him want beat me.
You have quite a few people to pass, though.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. Trust me, I can see that.
Randy knows my biggest, my funniest part of looking at this list.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Fesco and PTL are both in this list. That's some justice, bro.
All right, let's hear it.
If the ghost never did them exercise today.
The ghost exercise the ghost.
Like, how you miss
let me
this
remember
big?
that one. Oh, yes,
How do you miss this big? Go say, yo, PTL market no make no sense. First gonna have nowhere to go. If not see no gain in that, so him not go buy it.
True.
Him try buy PTL because that alone makes sense. And when try buy PTL, the market no make sense. So PTL no make sense again.
He couldn't get the
here
volume
we are.
there.
No, my wrong guy.
No?
Oh yeah, you're right. Also, I was mixed up with Buddy, but yeah, man. So Jamaican, the ghost himself.
Yeah. You're 100% right.
And he's
Wow.
100%, and he's what? Fesco is what? 88,
Pesco
and
end of
he's
the
and
year up,
59.
yeah, up
So
88.9 and
so
PTL end of the year.
how wrong is he?
If he had bought
He
at the
be
time
88%,
and held,
right? He'd be more.
well,
Yeah, Jesus.
remember he said, that he didn't stick around for PTL because he's trying to buy it
And
and
those,
the
get
volumes were
filled.
there.
Yeah, the
They never
market
get
never makes
filled.
sense to him. So the market food. You never
If he
get the
had
volume
bought it
same
at
time.
if he had bought it at the price available on that time, because there were shares available, he just never want to pay that price. I'm assuming he'd have made at least the 56%, which I know on the US market him don't make.
Straight up.
Yeah, I know he never met that. The US market, if you remember this year started out, the US market gave a lot of people a lot of ups and downs this year. They're up, then they're down, then they're down, then they're down, right? Well, they're up, then they're down, then they're up again, then they're down again, right? And they felt it all. Yo, this year, remember we were talking very early in the year about Burry, Michael Burry. And I said, don't bet against Burry. And because he's betting against Tesla.
The market. Oh yeah, that's Tesla, yes.
He bet against the market, but he also bet against the market. The man is really fine it.
Brother. And then the talk he was making about the next big hit, or what the way it look like, and from a perspective of how the market will react. That's how I thought. I don't know if it's the full play coming in, but we're seeing a lot of the ways in talk about it coming this year.
And the Tesla short.
Yes, the controversial Tesla short. What a way.
The one that he was supposedly going to die from.
Yeah, man.
My God.
Beard.
Let him still have it. I don't know if he let it go eventually, but wow.
What a play, man. What a play.
Sorry to interrupt you again still, but you're bringing up points that that touch a lot of things that we care about in the market.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
So you're saying that other little play you did, you mentioned Teacher Striker because I guess it was a sentimental play.
Yeah, it's a sentimental play, and I don't think it's done yet. Palace announced a stock split. That's a very I think you really can't say the market is not interesting and not exciting. I mean, Palace, 1.4 million shares, bro. Like,
yes, no, they'll have 600 more, 600 times.
600 times
600
that.
times, but I mean the purists will tell you that, and they're not wrong. The stock split doesn't intrinsically change the value of the company. It doesn't change the value of anything.
That theory
I look at that interestingly. I mean, from the dollar value of the company perspective, but then that's not the only value on the market, right?
Correct. And the beauty is the theory ignores what the market truly is. And the
not necessarily. I think the theory captures what the theory captures. I think people often inject things into things that don't really think that. But that's I think that. And then again, the theory is often broader than just the little part we're talking about too. Like everybody knows that liquidity matters.
Right.
So when that comes into play, then people pay a different value based on what liquidity is available or whatever. So that's a big part of something too.
So people ignore it. The people ignore the fullness of the theory.
Yes, often.
Yeah. Yeah, because a split introduces it affects the sentiment, it affects the liquidity, the tradability of the
so the stock itself, I would say, the value of the stock is affected by the split, but the value of the company isn't affected by the split. I mean, that's a lie. I can't say it like that. The value of the stock is, the value of the stock is the company. But in terms of the operations of the company, the value of the assets of the company, the debt of the company, none of this changed by a stock split.
That's not changed.
So
correct.
From that perspective, no, the value of that isn't changed.
But you can't ignore the effect on
the share price.
The
On
share
the share
price and
price.
how people are willing to pay and
It
why
is what
they're
it
willing to
is.
pay what they're willing to
Happened.
pay. Yeah,
Right.
these
Yeah.
things matter, and so that comes into play very strongly.
Yeah.
No, let me throw another point in the mix. How I see it, really, the truth is, stock splits aren't done for no reason.
Yeah,
I think that's a
Absolutely.
simple reality. Stock splits aren't done for no reason. They're usually done as a part of a bigger plan. And in my view, there is obviously a bigger plan here when it comes to Palace. I don't want to sound technical. I don't want to sound fancy. I'll just be plain. I think they're just going to their APO, and I think this is step one of them doing an APO. I really, really, really hope they don't do an APO. I'm hoping that 2023 is the year the APOs die,
Absolutely.
but I suspect we have at least two bigger ones coming. I feel like Massey is going to do one. Three. I feel Massey will do one. I feel Seprod will do one. And I think Palace will also do one. So that's at least three that I think might happen. I hope they don't happen. I hope that they're more sensible and don't do it. But I also know that hope is not a strategy.
at all.
So yeah, so it is, in my view, very, very likely that IPOs, the APOs, are going to continue
Straight up.
until
I mean,
I can't say until until the market truly stops them, because the truth is an APO oftentimes doesn't need the market to, meaning the retail market, to care about it, really, right? APOs are often done for other reasons that allow larger parties to come in, or also maybe larger previous owners to not have to pay as much to the stake, yada, yada, yada. So I think that will continue. But I mean, I will continue my stance. I'm not for APOs unless you can show me. Look how hard Barita has to work to maintain their price post APO, and they're the only one. They're the
yeah,
only one who even,
they win the APO game, you know, bro. Like,
yeah,
the only profitable APO seat. Really?
yeah. Outside of that,
It's only
look at
one.
what happened with DTL. Where did DTL
Yo,
end the year?
Can you name them, man?
Where did DTL end the year?
Soon
my
tell
money
us.
J in on boss.
Thanks to
Yeah,
my man.
I was going to use the opportunity to talk about the 20 biggest losers for the year. I was
Oh,
wondering if detail is on it.
214.
They're not.
2014.
they're not.
They're not on it, thankfully.
Boy, I see when I
But,
wax and weird, Jesus.
but the start of the year at 222.
They started the year at 222, and the end of the year where? Say that again.
214.
I know. I say that no bad. That no bad.
But the APO
Wait, that
price
is bad. What do you
was.
mean? That's low. What do you mean that's not bad? That is terrible. That's low.
You know, then I depend.
Yeah. What was their APO price?
It's $2. I should know this because
Well, you bought
it's
it?
such a great top. Absolutely not. $2.
It's a short it, Phil.
I wish.
Let's see. In 2020, they did their APO. The APO price was 240 for
Yeah, I'm really
non-reserve
excited.
and
Oh,
220
gosh.
for existing shareholders and reserve. So 222, 240, 220, 220 if you're already in the company. Either way, you're down.
Yeah.
That is a rough ending for them.
Concrete ceiling.
Yeah, but I don't feel even an ounce of sympathy, because one, the company got the money that they wanted to do what they wanted to do, and two, I mean,
They don't.
APOs are destructive to the retail investor base. They're destructive to the company's general share price if not managed heavily. Take a whole heap of money to keep something like that from falling. And if the company and the brokers aligned with the company aren't willing to do what it takes to absorb the greater the confetti effect that we spoke about last week, I took from Barry's tweet, then this is what's going to happen. So APOs will die. Speaking about APOs, Kingston properties are as laughing today because I saw when they hit the upward breaker, and I'm
Let's
saying
go.
to myself, somebody's ensuring, in my mind, I do not know for sure, but in my mind, somebody's ensuring that this thing don't end the year
Ugly.
as ugly as it actually is ending as it actually has been so far, right? On the last day of the year. What the hell kind of volume is that?
No. No.
Huh.
And then to
Yes,
see a
sir.
notice after the market
A
closed.
notice came out. Not that one.
One has
What do
come
you
out
think?
since.
Yeah,
Is
man.
VMIL put out a notice or Capri?
VMI.
VM put out the notice. What does the notice say?
I mean, Capri don't put out a notice, right?
It
Right.
depends. I don't know what the notice
Your
says.
shares are
Ah,
back.
VM said they bought shares. They bought a
VM
certain
said
amount of shares today.
increase
Okay.
their stake.
Yeah.
Surprise,
Increases their
surprise.
stake in Capri. Yeah, man.
Well, maybe this is good. Maybe this is the this is what we're talking about.
Absorption
This
of
is
the
the
supply.
broker that work with
So
them.
23% making it an associate company of VMIL.
Somebody's
So you're not booking share price movement anymore.
taking listen.
You can book
Share
share
profit.
price movement as
Oh
a
yeah, I mean yeah, you can, but I
Can
think
choose.
VMIL. That would be interesting to me actually. I think they
they are
aren't,
an investment. Oh, yeah, they can. I mean,
but I
we'll
think
see
they
if
won't.
MJ. You think they won't?
I think they're going to share profits.
Hmm. I
That's
hope
the
for
thing.
their sake that they don't.
Why?
Well, unless they're going to maintain and unless they're going to maintain constantly have a program of ensuring of managing their share price so it doesn't fall below a certain
That's what I'm
level.
saying. I think they're moving away from share price movement as a thing, as a way they look at it.
Which is why I'm saying for their sake, I hope that they don't pay attention. They don't go with the share price recognition.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think them increasing
then
their stake makes it that they can move out of that thing there. Because it's an associate now. So they can elect to book a piece of
share
Capri's
profit.
profits as their thing on their books instead of the share price movement.
Because that, so if that's true, to me as a
Similar
Exactly.
retail
to
investor,
similar to DTL.
yeah, okay, that's so I'm reading it now instead of looking at it, I'm actually reading it. The hints are there. If they expect to benefit from dividend
It's what
income
I
as well
mean,
as
right?
participation in the strategic direction going forward. Uh,
This is what I'm
yeah,
saying,
okay,
right?
I wasn't actually reading it. Apologies. Um, but you can still can't. No, you can't.
Mm-mm. You can't do both.
I
So it's
can't
share
remember the
profit or
IFRS
thing there.
9.
You have
You
to
can't
choose
do
one.
you
Share
can't do
profit
both
or share price movement.
or share price movement.
Mm-hmm.
Fair value true.
Fair value, yeah, true profit or loss. All right, yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. This year, I'll also tell you something I learned this year to be open with it. I'm not an accountant, but I will tell you this. If you get serious about investing without knowing or meaning to, you naturally become more
Better at
of an
accounting. You
accountant
have to.
because,
You still have to pay attention. As they say, the
yeah,
language.
I think about how much of the accounting rules I've read and reread and reread and reread
Constantly. I was
to
talking to
make
a
sure
business owner the other day, and they were talking about his interaction with accountants and the things
Mhm.
I was telling him to read, and he was a bit shocked. Like, yo, wait there, my foot. So IFRS and IAS, yeah, just what he needs to be looking at versus the accountant say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the language of business, so
Mm-hmm.
there's no going around it. Um, I remember you teasing me actually a couple of years ago, Danhai, that Randy says he's not an accountant, but
Oh yeah, I mean, I
yeah,
still maintain that. Yeah, man, run the accountant people, don't make him say otherwise.
I am not. But if you're going to understand the thing, you have to
You
get it,
have
and
to.
you read.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
have to
have
get
to.
a very deep understanding of this.
Yeah, man. I remember how much I read to understand ECLs,
Mm-hmm.
which helped me predict what was going to happen with MJE.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in fact, remember we
And then,
brought this
and
up as
then
a
that at that
question
point it
as
was
to
new. Remember, I said
yeah,
MJE was MJE MIL. They were early adopters of ECL of IFRS
IFRS
9.
9. Yeah,
So it's before everybody had to switch to it, they were there.
yet the actual recognition. I don't know what there was something with the recognition as to why it didn't happen when we were saying it. Because it happened afterwards.
Remember they were a thing there. They hadn't yet sold out. They had the companies at an associate level, so they had some restructuring where the portfolio companies weren't at a certain point yet and whatever. Meaning they had more than 20% in the portfolio companies. They then went below that for a while. For thing there. I think now they're back to the point where we're back to having actual associate stakes that they book share profit movement on. And not share profit, they fair value profit and loss movement on. But before they did the MJE split off and whatever, MJE what is MJE today had stakes in companies that were above the 20% and whatever, and then they went below for some and did some movements across which were over, and then they split off the companies.
Well, yeah, that's the boring accountant report this year.
Yes, sir.
But yeah. The point is, you kind of have to know it if you want to understand. And it's funny. This to me then looks like them saying this.
Okay, I say yeah. I'm not about the share price movement thing at all.
Exactly. The broker admitting that the share price movement is a dangerous place for them to be.
Because
to me, it looks like them admitting that they don't expect the share price to increase anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight up to me. I prefer to be booking the share of profits from this thing than the share price movements of this thing, because I think one is more profitable. One looks better. One is more profitable for me, right?
Exactly.
I mean, do it and done. VMI looks better off the back of that. What was there? Before this, how much Cape did they hold, Phil? Actually, let me check it. My money JA. Thank God for this thing.
I'm not sure.
Cape.
Actually, a good question. I don't think we've updated it yet, so.
We shouldn't be. Okay, yeah, I don't know where to look. Expect
9.9.
9.9% of the company. Yeah. And what's the thing there? What price? What's the thing there? What's the
stake is now 23%?
No, man, what's the thing there? What's man? So the stake is not 23%. 9.9 is almost cheap. How much
probably
shares?
Bought it from their property fund also. To get the property fund look.
I wonder about that too. How much shares are traded today?
Today.
No, man. I want to do VMIL notice. They bought 135 million shares today. Who owned that much? Exactly.
Today, 136 million shares were traded.
And VMIL bought 135 million of that share.
Only the JPS pension.
Prime Asset Management, JPS Employee Superannuation Fund.
And VMO Wealth. Only those two entities own more than enough. Or own more than that singly.
That's interesting. More than so. Prime Asset Management is the previous name of Victoria Mutual Pension.
I believe so.
I know so.
Okay.
Connect the dots.
And that's pretty close to the 138.
Yeah, every time I do something like this, I remember people saying that we're guessing or we're joking or we're research. It almost insults me. I think about the night I staying up reading things. I mean, should I sleep? Reading things, trying to understand things, and yeah. But anyway, this is what the guessing.
What price number is that? Sorry, I can't look at my money.
Today, the shares crossed the market at an average price of $7.75. And the majority of shares, I mean, that level of that volume, it must,
Yeah, that must be the price.
Yeah, $7.75. Yeah. No, is that the price that I answered deliberately. Let me leave it there.
Actually,
these shares crossed the market at $7.75. Right after the first halt, right after the halt lifted.
On December 30th.
Okay. Yeah, last day of the year. When is VM's financial year? When does that end? December 31st. What was one of their biggest hits last year? Their comprehensive income. Why did they have such a heavy loss in their comprehensive income? I believe it was because of some of their funds, right? the performance of some of their funds.
Or that they own themselves.
So you save yourself 2 ways. By one, moving your
Income. I mean, they've always had a good amount of income, passive income, if I remember. A good amount of their trading value, but you can see them take hits on it at top.
Take hits on it, meaning, I mean, yeah, the full. Look at Q3.
I mean, the ones they recognize in profit.
Yeah.
Even then, but
End of last year.
what I was looking at before, the 9.9% they own 67 million. That means that every time if Cape Reed, every movement, any 1 cent movement in Cape Reed is $670 million for them. $670,000 for them.
It's so funny,
you can see where that can be a proper hit if it with that movement down.
Yeah.
I mean, if up, it sounds good, right? So it really depends on what you actually expect to happen. So you move according to that.
And so this to me is them
Moving
removing the
according
risk
to that.
of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
it's also in line with the thing. But Jano, the thing we spoke about on this actual podcast, on this actual thing, like 2 weeks now, or something there. VMIL says they're moving strategy away from. They're not really looking at the equity markets so strongly. They're talking about going into real estate more deeply because it's more predictable income, and they're now tying their profits to away from share price movements of this real estate thing to the actual operations of this real estate thing. So,
and the cherry on top of that is if they bought it from their property fund,
then the property fund are booking again on or booking that trade at a higher point than what it was before. Yep. Higher than yesterday, higher than where it bought it, I expect. What was the thing there? What was the share price? What was the trading? What was the thing there? What was the APO price?
APO price I think 750.
What was the thing there price? And the property fund, and what was the thing there? What was the trade price of the trade today?
775. Yeah, it was 750.
So anything they got in the thing there, if it's a property fund or even the thing there, or even the prime asset. I have to check where prime asset bought it to.
3%.
But it's better than the APO price. So definitely booking above that, at least.
3%. 3% profit from the 750 to the 775.
That's good in a property fund.
Of course, so that this level of movement.
It's not good like Barita or no, but
but you'd have for the different things to do with how Barita has done it.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is from on the one hand, I respect it. Like if you put me in VM last month and say, you have it for a year, fix it, I would do this exact same thing.
Oh yeah, man.
But
then yes, it's a good save. But then you wouldn't do the APO, right?
I personally probably wouldn't do it, but I could understand doing this. This would be an alternative. Yeah. And it's going to look good, right? Next year they'll talk about, we have really turned towards property. And our property
we're booking X amount in property. Yeah, X amount of our profits are coming from
property, yeah. And we don't have to book that hit that we had to book last year.
Mm-hmm. And you can definitely see them doing more between property fund and Cape Reed now, because we actually, I'm a 23% owner. You guys definitely need to continue looking good and look better. And I can participate in that looking better in a way that they're probably not willing to participate in the share price being better, right? So.
Yeah, boy, I really wish more houses understood and cared about the market.
Indeed.
Better control.
Yeah, this is them running. But to me, if I'm a retail investor in this and I see this, me personally, I would also cut. Granted, I wouldn't expose myself.
In what? VMIL or Cape Reed?
Cape Reed.
Oh, me too. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Because I think this is better for VMIL. This is better for VMIL.
Of course, it's great for VMIL. And Cape Reed itself used the APO funds to buy real estate and then do a whole
exactly. So that's nice.
Yeah, and they'll continue. Them having a schedule on which they're going to keep revaluing the properties. So you have some profit booked in almost automatic for the next couple quarters. They're going
The
to
same
keep
thing
paying the
Phil said.
US dollar dividend.
Those are the
Yeah.
details situation. Like Barita is an associate holder of DTL. They don't have to. I mean, they're not. The share price is not where the profits coming in. So DTL do increase out of what profits gone up. So okay, Barita booking X amount of it versus share price down 220 odd to 214, and then I ask him if that's good.
Yeah. On the Cape Reach side of things, how sustainable is this? I mean, January.
Share price, all the best.
Yeah, January.
This is our trade.
January 3rd, where do you think this is going?
Down.
That's what I think too. It's the direction it's going in. This won't happen every day. The retail run the market.
Well, look on this too.
Not the retail supply that they're drying up.
Wait a minute. June 2020. When was the APO?
Earlier this year.
About
June, July 2022.
July. So June 2022. No APO happened yet.
July 2022.
I know.
August.
It's in the right. Looking at the right thing. So I want to check what they look like. I want to see the thing there. I want to see why the hell am I on JC's page? I'm in my money today.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
No, I'm open my money JA and then I press a link and you send me to the JA. I want to link send me to JC page, but I was trying to search my money JA. I end up at JC. I know that.
Just hit the
I know, man. I know.
mark.
Jonathan, it's my access, my opinion. It's fine. Yeah. I want to search my money JA and I'm at JC, and you know I'm not going nowhere to go on JC page because confusion.
Because JC, they were also supposed to do shorting this year. Well,
yeah, man. Now wait.
1 day left.
1 day left in the year.
I'm holding out hope.
They say look a weekend now.
Tomorrow.
It says something on them page, you know. Say yo. Yeah. Promises kept.
There's still room for announcements. That's what I'm thinking. There's still room for announcements. And this year has shown us that you can get announcements right up to the end. So.
But you know the APO already?
Say that again?
You know the APO, say?
When you say the APO, what do you mean? When it happened or when they got the unit?
When did it happen? When they got the unit? When they get the units?
I feel like the units hit. I'm not seeing the volume.
Because they're looking at this on the property fund as well as.
I feel like the units hit around end of July. I don't remember. Let's check when the allocation is because it's not long after the allocation.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to do it not long after the allocation or whatever. But June.
There will be no refunds for this offer. Everybody who applied got their full allotment. Yo, just like transfer that bond.
Straight up.
That I'm excited. How long do you think before tranche 3 close?
I said before January 2.
I think I bet in a year notice, like a tomorrow notice or a Monday or January 1, January 2. I don't think you'll make it to the first trading day of the year. I think the last two will be left for the first trading day of the year. And then it becomes let me throw something for the people who are still here and listening for the look ahead. Then it becomes a question of free money you get, and so I'm thinking about things like NHT refund, but even if you apply January 1, you're not getting it until later in January, right?
True.
Yeah, but yeah.
I think the name again, your shareholder page. I message you.
It needs to be updated.
Yeah, for Capri. Because I'm looking at the thing there. I think you're using the old share count for the percentage to calculate the percentages.
That's a possibility.
But what's your style now? I'm looking at this and wow. I'm looking at before the APO and after the APO. So September and March. Property fund and PAM. Prime Asset Management didn't increase their shareholding
In the APO?
in the APO. The wealth property fund only increased by 20 million. Flat.
Really?
So they didn't much participate there. So the shares, if they bought shares from either of those, the 135 mil, then those are on some pre-APO shares and buying for the most part. And those are the two people. Those are the two holders with so both VM connected entities, and those are the only two holders with more than the 135 million units. If they were buying from one person, it would be one of those people, one of those holders, one of those things, and both very close to home. That's what
Very,
did
very
Cape
close
start
to
the year at?
$9.
So either way, they book a loss.
Sorry, Cape started the year
Yeah, man, you're right.
$9.
So either way, so if these are pre-APO shares, then
that's a bigger profit.
It's less. This is it was less of a loss than booking. Meaning, if the property fund sold it to VMIL, then property fund will be selling that at a loss for the year.
But you don't know when property fund bought it.
Before APO, before this year.
Yeah, but the fund books against its initial its purchase value, not necessarily its depend on how they're holding it, because I mean, it's a lot of shares that they had in the property fund, right?
Well, the property fund, I know we know the property fund book shares. It's a NAV of the fund.
Is it?
Yeah, man.
You sure?
Yes.
It's in the same line of business. We just saw what VMIL chose to say because they're going to line of business. The same IFRS line allows you to book it differently if it's business expansion,
Yeah, man. But the property fund is a unit trust.
I'm saying yes, but are you sure?
I'm reasonably certain.
I mean, we can check. I don't think you're wrong either, but you know how it goes. When you're sure.
I know what you mean. But the fund have a thing there. As a unit trust, you're not going to tell me, your profit. Your profits are based on the value of the assets held.
But it might be if it's a business that is in the property business.
Yeah, man. But then how the unit trust valuation come through when I say what's the value that I book in a newspaper every Sunday?
Well, there's a lot of room around that if it is part of your business.
Oh yeah, okay, so they can value it. Okay, they can do it like a building basically if they got leeway. I get you.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, level one valuation.
I know what I mean, yeah, man. It's something there, but with this much room in there and the 38 or whatever percent holding, so they had a 35 to start before APO. Though I still think alright, but I'd have to actually check it. You're right. There is some leeway. There's some room, and a good amount of room too. I should probably ask my thing then, if my VM Wealth advisor, see how that goes.
You should ask your VM Wealth advisor. How much if it's coming from the VM Wealth property fund? How much you sell? 13%. Have that right?
Yes, or so.
So the property fund will be down to 25%.
Property fund now owns 29%. Based on the September 31st top 10.
September 30th. It's on 31st.
30th, yes, my bad. 30th of September. 39%, 257 million. With the new amount of shares.
Which is why you're saying I have this issue here. All right, thank you. Yeah. I get you.
So $1
doesn't click into me. Yeah.
That's only $1, don't it?
I really want to check this, but I remember that we started this whole thing because Phil was telling us something. We completely gone down this tangent.
But yes. So Cape VMI is pretty interesting, I think either way take it. I think like Xavier mentioned, the property fund is booked. If the property fund buy it higher than it was yesterday, if the property fund sold it higher than it was yesterday, then that's that much more of a profit. That's either that much less of a loss or that much more of a profit they're booking on it. And if you leave in there, surprise them leaving it at it's cutting from your phone that's saving whatever. So that's
Boy.
so
You think they
probably
list the
fund no
property
longer
hold
has to
on its
deal with
own?
the tracking of the thing to that or that much of the shares. So they have that much less shares in them thing their portfolio to track the gain on or the movement on, and then VMIL removes their tracking completely, and it's now what's the profit of this thing? 23% of it is mine.
Yeah, and the dividends give us some cash flow and it's US dollar dividends. So yeah, from that perspective, it's a great play. I'll keep wanting to go back to Phil. Phil, I'm so sorry.
Well, I even forget what Phil was saying, to be honest.
No, man.
I don't remember why we're here.
I'm so sorry, Phil. I'm so sorry.
Accounting brain.
Yeah, sorry. It's a very interesting point because no, I want to think about. You think they list it? You think they list the property fund? We said that last week with the Barita property fund.
The thing there anyway again. So even here about I wonder.
How long you think before
It's been so long,
brokers?
right? What's the stop? Why not?
I need that's something I need to go do if I get the break to go and
And
sit down
even
and.
thing that I say, I think I said it here. The worry that unit trust seem to have is that they have. I mean, it's not a real worry. It's either do the same NAV thing, listed equity funds, but then how much time JSC say, oh, we're going to give you guys ETFs, and that's the ETF is the same thing as the unit trust, just one listed, one tradable. So why not, right?
Advanced market vibes.
Yeah. That's what it's sounding like to me. The options for the market to continue to be advanced.
I mean, that's another JC promise, ETFs.
But my thing, I don't put in that on the JSC.
Me neither. I mean, I
That's the
think
brokers.
actually, I remember I said it was here are the grower groups chill we had. But
Brokers can
both
do
of them will say, yeah, the brokers should do it because that's not the JC has the thing that the technology for it. I mean, that's that platform, and they say, yo, the brokers should be coming with it, and the brokers just never came with it, so I can't blame them at all. Unless I can. I mean, the brokers should clear that up, but at the end of the day, I can't see why it even then, right?
The brokers did Select F and Select MD. Sagicor did,
But
right?
it's not an ETF, it's a
Yeah,
listed equity fund.
You're right.
Bad man.
You're right.
But
You're right.
if you think about it too, the brokers, they don't necessarily need JSC for
They don't. That's all. That's
electronic
why I don't put
trading
it on
on an
JSC.
ETF on a fund. Because if the fund price is this based on the NAV of the fund, then the fund price is this, and I can just go on the website of the thing and I buy if I want to buy through that. I mean, you shouldn't be hard at all to do that kind of thing from even from the broker platform. So that is tight thing. Anyway, again, I mean, we don't even about in there. A market index fund.
What do you mean?
We don't have an actual index fund that's okay. We buy our track the things the whole market. So if you buy into this thing, you buy in the whole market.
The closest we come is like the managed funds that we've had.
Yeah. If we have a true market ETF or a true market fund, then whoever is doing it immediately is in that much stronger position to do market making. Actual under market making between every single stock. I can be there and stronger if I have a fund on the back of it.
I love that. I'd love that, and it would also there's a whole lot on that road. Like the market can truly become what we want it to be, as advanced as we want it to be.
I mean, the other didn't get there by accident. Whatever advanced market we're talking about, they had a step to get there. So I keep saying that, right? My puzzle at the industry players keep saying, boy, the market isn't mature enough yet. When you're the guys, you're the ones holding the reins for the maturity. So make it happen.
I agree with you 100%. You know,
if we
I
needed
realize my sound is screwing up. Also, Sir Phil, finish your point that we interrupted you on while I sort out my sound, now, please. If you can remember, if not, feel free to talk about any of the other things that we have been discussing, including the either the biggest losers for the year or the biggest winners for the year, or anything in between.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember what.
Mm. Sorry, I'm thinking, I'm
There's
trying to play
5 of them.
producer, and I'm also trying to count. I can't do all three of those. Talk about the 12, then
Well, I
let me
can tell
fix my
you.
sound.
12? I mean, so my 12 is funny because it's top. It's strongly at the top. So Fast Rich, Spur 3, MFS, Dollar, SOS, iCreate, Learn, Main Event, Festival, Tropical, JFP, Supreme Ventures. That's my 12. 12 of those my portfolio has touched 12, all those 12 stocks. So the top 11 and the top 13. So I skipped 12. I know about 1834. Actually, let me check. I know about me and RGR were friends last year. I don't know. I'm not sure I did anything much with RGR this year personally. So I don't
You
know.
touch it?
I didn't touch it. I don't think I touched it at all. But I check in. Because if it's one man, I go forget things.
I was looking to see if I touch 1834 myself, but I didn't.
No, I didn't at all.
Certainly thought about it, but yeah, I actually touched 15 of them. Jeez. Oh no, PJX wasn't this year. 14 of them.
You guys still hearing me fine?
Here you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay.
Yeah.
If anybody else, by the way, you want to come on and talk about it while I try to sort out my whole my issues with this screen. Yeah, just jump on, send a speaker request, and we will talk about it and sort it out. Apologies, give me a moment while I sort out my own screen troubles. So
Yeah, man. Turks.
Sorry, Phil, I never caught any of that, and I don't think YouTube did either. Repeat
Oh,
that. You're saying that you're going to say something was the
oh, I was gonna
only,
say,
and then it cut off for me.
that Margaritaville Turk. I've never owned Margaritaville Turks, despite it being the only listed company represented in the JC listed company in the Turks and Caicos. But then I was
Oh,
correcting
Turks. I
myself and
thought you
saying
meant
that's
on
not
the
true.
space. I was like, no, I see a bunch of
Oh no,
people
no.
with space. I see Sir Berry. I see the known CEO Swebe. I see Paul Simpson. We got Paul Simpson. Or either Paul
Big up
Simpson or whoever.
sources.
I don't know if it's him or if it's somebody managing his account, but I see him there. I see you, top 10 Phil. I see Danhai,
Ricotta
and I see,
himself.
yeah, man, I see a couple of other names I noticed from these
Okay.
top 10 lists. So, yeah. Uh,
But
hell of a list. You meant Turks. In
I think
Turks.
Randy sound gone.
Is my, is it gone?
No, Randy, I'm hearing you. I don't know if Phil
Anybody hearing
listen.
me?
Phil, I'm hearing you. Is Randy? Randy, you hearing Phil?
I'm hearing Phil fine.
Phil, in
I'm
the
not hearing
audio.
Randy other than.
Phil, you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing everybody, so
Phil, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I think
Phil,
Phil said the
Phil
wrong
not
thing
hearing
about
us.
Turks and them
Phil
cut him
talking, not
line.
hearing us. So,
Oh, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah,
all right,
Phil,
hear
don't say
Randy.
nothing bad about Turks again.
Powerful people.
Yeah, so you say you've never owned Margaritaville, Phil. How many of the 20 do you own?
Do I currently own?
Hmm.
Too much.
Or have you touched?
But I've touched 14 of them. For the
Mm,
year, I've touched 14 of them. I still own quite a few.
quite a
Quite a
few.
few. I
You're going
still
with the Phil
own.
fund now. You're not doing a concentration.
Yeah, well, my advisor and I had a talk today. We need to work on that. When I say quite a few, I own 7 of them. Yeah, I own 7 of them. My 2 largest holdings are in this list. I expect them to be I expect those 2 companies to be to repeat on the top 10 next year.
Which two?
Eddie Focal and MFS.
Oh, and laying down the
Yeah,
gauntlet.
yes,
Okay.
sir. Let's see.
What about
I
iPray?
I agree with your sentiment, Phil.
There you go. There you go. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much,
For Eddie
Swebe.
Focal, anyway.
Yeah, I'm
Indeed.
sure that you'll put in the work to ensure that us shareholders will be more than willing to buy more and more shares.
Oh, absolutely. That goes
Yeah,
without saying.
thank you, sir. Well, it doesn't go without saying, so I say it, but
Love that.
anyway.
No, man, I'm a, you see, I mean, anyway.
Please,
It
thank
got
you
me.
very
Crazy.
I've
much.
been here talking. It does not go without saying because, in fact, most that don't say it.
No,
It
no,
is
listen.
we are going without.
We 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 we
Going
we, we are
without.
gonna put in the work, and you're gonna see the results, and you're going. I don't want us to be in the top 10. I want us to be number one. So
Me
Love
too.
that. Love that. Love that.
there's that.
You and me both, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. And
Both,
I'm well
bro.
incentivized for that to happen.
But
Yeah,
I would love to be able to know the top one performance, the number
Eh,
one performing stock from today, no, before next year starts. So if it's
Yeah,
any
man.
focal, I would want to buy from today, don't it? So
yeah, man. Remember,
Well, we're
say
working.
I'm looking forward to your efforts.
you get the
I am
mandate.
looking forward to it too.
You get the mandate last week. All I'm after is fixed education for the for the for
Yeah,
the
man.
next.
Well, Sir Barry, give me the mandate. So,
Strawberry
Yes,
said it.
sir.
yeah,
And
man.
to jokes aside, I think that there's a massive, obviously, Sweden, you know that there's a massive opportunity there, and not just in Jamaica regionally, but within Jamaica, there's a massive opportunity when it comes to education. And Sweden used to have this thing you say a couple of years ago, where you talk about conscious capital,
Mm.
not conscious capital, what you used to call it, caring capital, somewhere you can earn
Eh,
from also helping. There's
eh,
nothing wrong with doing both.
I think he was carrying capitalism, but I mean, it's not my phrase. I probably just found it somewhere.
But
But
I
yeah,
remember it
but
from you,
capital,
though.
yeah, yeah. But no, I'm a big proponent of that, and I believe that. you can be in education, be a for-profit company, and and have solid impact.
Yeah.
100%.
You know,
100%.
profit is the best sustainability.
True, and profit is actually proof. Sustained profit is the proof of the value that your company is putting out. People aren't going to pay
Absolutely.
you money if it's not there, right? The people that pay me at Grow to learn how to invest and then go and invest. When them come in and say, listen, I learned so much I chose to do advanced Grow. That is in itself proof of what it is, right?
Yeah.
Proof
Yeah,
of
By the way,
and
concept.
Randy, as a quick aside, the fact that we use learn for a ticker is so crazy because literally every time I hear the word learn now, I think you're
Here's perk
I
up.
think you're talking about edufocal, right? So
Yes,
Same here.
sir.
big
that
up the
was
guy that came up with that idea for using that ticker.
Would that feel?
Not me, sir.
No man, that
I
was
will not
it was actually Randy's idea, which we've discussed here before. But
yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
man.
man, I feel like more companies should use a vanity ticker. I feel like dollar would have been served well using Lend, but hey,
I
Mm.
um,
yeah, man. I made a case for it on Twitter, and I get that they
same.
wouldn't do it, but it's an opportunity that should not be left behind. The ability to tie yourself to that.
Maybe when them buy
Yeah.
Absolutely.
access. Maybe when them buy access, them change access ticker.
When they buy access or if they buy access, then I.
I am optimistic.
I saw that their chief strategy officer has moved on. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
You know
interesting.
Kadeen, you know Kadeen baby?
Yeah, man, I know Kadin very well.
You should ask him to
Kadim,
come on and talk about. I'd love to hear it. Maybe not just that, but I'd love to hear, and I'm sure people love to hear him talk. Although he's spoken on many platforms, but there's something about Brick Talk. It's a little different.
Yeah,
Talk
man,
to
he's a
Yeah.
little
yourself.
casual.
I love
I'm
that.
gonna reach out to him and ask him if he'd be interested, and maybe he can come on one of these days and talk about it. But I doubt that he probably want to talk about that.
Well, I wouldn't ask
Constantly.
about the employee thing. Yeah. But definitely what he's doing in that space, and also what he's doing with equity.
Yeah, I mean, I see that Liquidity is a sponsor of the Jamaica Stock Exchange annual conference for in another few weeks. That's impressive.
Yeah, end of
I
January.
f-
That is impressive. Yeah.
yeah, I feel like he's aggressively positioning the equity for who knows what.
He knows what, so we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, man, I think so too.
Yeah,
Who
man.
knows? I might do something with okay, gosh, I might. Who knows? Anything is possible.
Here's hoping. You know, you have a good consultant, brethren, who
Yeah, man.
knows a thing or two. So use up the
Definitely.
value. Use up the value.
Definitely. I think the word for me going into 2023 is going
Hmm.
to be collaboration. I think the path to getting us to number one stock is collaborating with friends, collaborating with acquaintances and business associates. I believe that I feel very strongly about that. It just feels like a calling for me at that this point. I see a lot of collaborations in 2023 for Edufocal.
Hmm.
I hope I'm not written up in the JC for saying that. Just speaking, um, you know, in
No, I
terms
don't
of
think there's anything wrong with saying
Yes.
that. I think that makes sense. That's
you
definitely not
never know,
against
man.
anything.
You might have
No,
yeah.
I
But yeah,
I know because I have
but
to pay attention.
collaboration is extremely important, and I believe that more listed companies should collaborate with each other. And that can redound to the benefit of all of the stakeholders and the
Hmm.
shareholders. So definitely,
Yes.
I'm big on collaboration.
Yes, I agree with that. Well, you hear, one thing I like about you being one of these CEOs and listed companies is also that you set a trend that I am big on. I've always been big on. So you've known me for years, how big I am on stocks. So you actually invest, right?
Yeah, man.
And I will forever make that load. You're here, Swibby. Talk to me. Outside of Learn, uh, looking on the top 20, what
Yeah,
else
man.
have you touched this year? Or maybe still own?
Let me go back and look at the list. So I touched a couple stocks this year. I'm down 20 odd percent on one in particular that I took. I mean, I've spoken about it on previous occasions. GK. I'm down. Well, GK is nothing. Well, let's work with the top 10
I say,
first.
boy,
No,
Yeah,
man.
let's
You
work.
save
can
your
see the
arms,
image
man.
that's on my screen. You see the
I
Hold
thought you
image that's
on.
say
on
we're
my
down. I thought
screen?
you say we're down 20% on one.
Oh
Oh,
no 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 no! Oh wow!
Oh, that's
All
funny.
right, so I didn't touch Fast Switch at all. I didn't touch Spur Tree. Didn't touch MFS. I made a lot of money off dollar. Didn't touch stationery and office. I didn't touch iCreate, and I touched EduFocal a lot,
A bit.
obviously.
A bit.
Quite
Yeah.
a bit. Main event I didn't touch. Fesco I touched, but lost money on. Tropical I didn't touch. And you said top 10. So yeah.
Well, you said top 10, but you can keep going.
Keep going.
Didn't touch JFP. Made a lot of money off Supreme. Didn't touch 1834. PBS didn't touch. Cargo didn't touch. Regency I didn't touch. And the others I never touched. Oh wait, I did make some money off MJE. But not enough. I wish I could have gotten more. But such
But
is
still,
life.
still enough. It's still for sale. What do you mean?
Yeah, man. Still for sale, and I
I,
think appropriately priced. I think there's a lot of money to be made there. Yeah, but
appropriately
that,
priced. No, sir. We're still very honest on. Well, you can't say it. I'll say. Well, you
well,
can.
sorry, I
I'll
cannot
say it.
say
It's
that. Forgive me.
undervalued. In my view,
Yes,
it's
it
still
is. I mean,
undervalued.
per the
No,
PE.
no. I think that's why. I think that's why I say appropriately priced.
Yes, when I say appropriately priced, I'm speaking to
Because
the PE
there's a
relative
money
to the.
money to be made, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Appropriately for
Undervalued.
buy.
I'm not. I'm not encouraging anybody to buy. That's my disclaimer. I'm just saying that per the PE. Obviously the price, it is,
Per the PE, the PE is minuscule.
the PE is I think MJE has the lowest PE on the market.
MIL
Probably.
or
Let's
the
see.
soft.
MJE, no man, I think
It might be
MJE
lower
has
than
the
mine.
lowest PE. Yeah,
MJE
man.
has a. I mean, people pay attention to the NAV of P of a fund,
Yeah,
but
but
PE wise,
even the nav is let me look.
so PE
Yeah,
wise, it has a PE of
I'm up 42.
2.74 times.
2.74.
I'm up
M
42.42% this year on MJE. You're talking about a PE of 2.74 and the nav is um
16.63, and
16
that. Mhm,
16.4 no, my bad. 16.63, yeah.
mhm.
I
And it's
mean, okay, if you run
26%
this case
above the
back at
share
him,
price.
when the conversation
That's
we had
just
about
crazy. That's just crazy, man.
Yeah, clear value there.
or conversation about the NAV versus PE for a fund. I mean, it, PE does matter
Oh, absolutely PE matters.
Yeah,
True.
because
yeah.
the fund is a company, and the company makes money, and the money is made by the fund. You're not looking at the value. If you're looking at the NAV, then you're looking at buying relative to what the value of the fund is. So, if I own this $100 million fund, and what says I have a portfolio. I Randy have a portfolio, and in portfolio is $10 million, and Randy same guy selling portfolio for $8 million, right? So you get a deal on that, right? So that's why I look at the NAV if you're buying for the NAV. If you look at how much money this thing can make in a year, how much money, and the PE starts coming to that very strongly. So you're looking at profits of this thing,
Yeah.
and this company makes money by investing on the market.
It's an
Correct.
actively
The PE
managed
matters
fund.
from that. So you can't dash it at all. I mean, we often try to find cases where people. I mean, we often hear the case of people trying to throw it away, but they really invest. So that's a big deal here, right?
Yeah.
But
This
that
thing is
is
to
an
make money.
actively.
It's not just I'm gonna chill and it's hope it does what it does. The people behind it are actively on the market in places that they think the money will be made over whatever time, and
Yeah.
the PE comes into that very strongly. It's a profit
Yeah.
game, not a okay. So it's worth this game.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think
Oh, go ahead.
discounting the
Go
NAV.
ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I think discounting the PE is, just in, theoretically, it's just erroneous. If you were to hand over that fund to a different set of managers, you're looking at a company that is managed differently. So, there's value in the actual
Operational thing.
operations of the company. So I think PE should definitely be a factor in these actively managed funds.
Yeah, and you look at an outfit like MJ in particular, lean management. I mean, just I believe Gary and Mark and Chris manage your fund. Yeah, I think there's I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Lean and very
And
Definitely.
capable.
it's only fund above the starting now, right? Select
Yes.
F, select M, select F, select M, QWI, related to what MJE has done. No, really, I
Yeah,
do
man.
it. So,
Yep.
Even
Yeah, man.
mention
I mean,
QWI.
any theories out there as to why MJE doesn't have more traction?
Uh, so from my point of view, I think people won't buy the fund until they've one, learn the true value to them of a fund, and two, you have to give people a reason to do it. I've always maintained that maybe a larger dividend is what with Barito whenever they put forward a larger dividend, how it excites the market and people rush towards it, and
Mm-hmm.
also maybe just awareness. I don't know if people are truly aware of it. That's one of the reasons why my money JA has this thing. MJE has the smallest gap. Right now, CPFE is beating him. I don't think that will matter for very long. Generally, and as a second, since being accurate, the gap between MJE's share price and MJE's NAV is generally
Lost
the
Randy had a knife.
smallest. They're the
Somebody else.
closest.
Yeah. There also nothing. There's also no MJE stock available for purchase.
When you said no or enough.
Not a lot. The volume right now is 540,990 shares, 993 shares at a value of 7.6 million Jim. So there's not much available for purchase.
I mean,
So when CEO say not much.
yeah, if you
Oh,
can
sorry.
talk in, yeah, there's seven. No, he's right. Okay, so there's 7 million worth of it that you can buy right now,
Yeah.
assuming 1% fees. 7.7 million. Big up my money, JA, for allowing us to
hmm
see this so
Sorry,
easily.
that's yes. Big up my money, Jay, where I got the data. And in terms of people buying, is 5.1 million.
I think
Largest.
funds suffer from the same thing that all other companies on the market suffer from, probably even worse. Where it's not a looking forward thing in most cases. As Randy said, you need to give people a reason. So like people look at the nearest possible thing as the why I should. Even the long term as everybody look at, all right, what's going on now?
Hmm.
And how far down they look is how much they understand what's going to happen for this thing. And
Yeah.
especially for fun. I mean, I know that whatever is going on in education or whatever is going on for this company that's selling more of this thing there. Versus if I go figure out what MJE going to do, if I figure out the stock price of the things they own, so I can know the things they own. And boy, if I couldn't figure out MJE going to do based on them stock price, whatever, I probably couldn't figure out what SVL going to do based on them stock price and other things that make it up. So I
Y-
think it's a little bit separated from a lot of other people. A lot of people on the market generally understand or know
y-
how to look at things from.
Then
Because
sometimes I wonder about that because really what you're talking about is an optics play, a PR play, right? And when you
not
look at
necessarily, no.
hold on, when you look at what Mayberry has done with their latest bond offering, they've made it sound like it's not a bond. And I'm saying this in a positive way, right? So I feel like when
Those one boring regular bond issue.
exactly when I feel like when the Mayberry marketing machine is turned on, amazing things happen, and I oftentimes wonder why the marketing machine has not been turned on for MJE.
I
Um,
would say it's not turned on. I think again, people will see the bond and they'll know where they'll gain from it, how they'll gain from it. I'll say Grace I know say certain things going on with money services and Cambio and
mm.
remittances, and I know how food set up.
Yeah, but most
I
people
have to
don't
figure
understand
out that.
bonds.
I know, but then I hear IPO behind it, and I'm going to start tied to IPOs. And then
But
I hear the interest rate, and I know it's better than whatever I've
all
ever
of
heard
that
from
is
a bank
deliberate.
before. Yeah,
All of that
man.
is deliberate.
But
Right?
then explaining explaining MJE in that way is a very different ballgame. I mean, you've seen the marketing around MJE. Yo, buy this. You're buying a piece of Jamaican company invested in Jamaican stocks and whatever, and it makes sense. But
Yeah.
it's not along the line where most people buy stocks. I think
Yeah. I feel like they need to
it's
just.
the
I feel like
I
they need
think
to
they do
start paying
quite a
a
lot. I think
fat
this market
dividend.
might not be there yet exactly for
Yeah,
certain
I
kind of
think
movements.
Randy made a great point about, or was it you? They just need to start paying some big dividend. I mean, I don't know
I'm all for that.
Yeah,
I
man.
think that too. Name. Well, at the point where I would find it interesting, if people are willingly, if a good amount of people are willingly buying above the now, because
Yeah,
then they'll be saying, all right, that's strength, That's buying something at a high PE because you really have strong basis for the PE coming down later this year when X amount of report come out. If the NAV is at 15 and people are buying at 15.50 because they think, yo, whatever timeline I'm on, at the end of this year, I think I'm on about 17, so I think this is a good deal. Or 20 years from now, 15 is going to be another 15 is laughable. This thing going to be at a 40, another 40 plus. Or in a way past that, then and so buying at 15, buying above that, whatever it is, does make sense. When I see that level of movement on it, then I would say, all right, cool. Then maybe people looking at it in the same vein as other things. But for now, I think the funds generally don't get a lot of love like that. They don't get a lot of that same type of view.
Yeah, fair enough. But I don't hold a lot of MJE. I hold on $1 million. Yeah, I hold way more Mayberry than I do MJE. But maybe that will change.
I think Mayberry might solve out of that situation. People understand how Mayberry make money, or can look at things that Mayberry doing and say, "Oh, they make money here way easier than they typically would for like a MJE."
Yeah.
You're not figuring out the stock price. I was figuring out and say, yo, I see Mayberry doing these things and the margin will turn up after them bringing in the thing. There's a lot more interest income after this bond situation done.
Yeah. MJE was the first fund, right?
It was the first listed equity. Yeah, man. And
man.
Everybody run behind that. They were the usual. Start the game and everybody follow. So MJE was the first listed equity fund. Yes.
Yeah.
And when they were doing it, they didn't get the love that everybody that Select F got. Select ND got. Yeah.
Wasn't that
when it was done, people were confused. People were really wondering what's going on here. People even thought bad against it. They were the first to buy.
That failed IPO that we had. That failed IPO that was out there. Wasn't that supposed to be the same essence of it too?
Or it was equity and fixed income. So in some ways, yes, I think I don't know if it would tracking. Yes, it would be. It would be a listed equity fund.
Yeah. People didn't understand them thing then. There was a time when IPOs failed.
Yeah, that was a different market.
Yeah, man. I was a young man those times, but but I remember when the IPO never worked out. So people take this stuff for granted now.
Yeah, the market changed. I mean,
but it's gonna happen again, Randy. And then
the market is still changing.
I think we'll have an IPO in the future that may not work out. It can come out. Well, we've had thing there that didn't work out for other reasons. What name? Oh God, that financial company.
Not music. No.
No, man.
What are you talking about?
Sagicor bought them.
Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance was 2 years, was 2.5, maybe 3 years ago,
It wasn't a failed IPO.
Different circumstances.
No, man. Fail in brackets. Fail in quotes. I don't mean fail in the traditional way. It was pulled.
Well, I never feel at all.
Yeah, it wouldn't have failed.
You pass the test and them say, okay, the test not graded.
Yeah.
So John McDermott on YouTube said MJE doesn't pay dividends. Not much people get the content of long-term.
MJE pays dividends. I got a dividend check from MJE this year. They've started. So that's
John
not
McDermott, you should give yourself a growth session for 2023. I will help you to understand that. MJE does pay dividends, and that is one of the impressive things. I think if you're right, Gordon, I think if they pay a larger dividend, it will bring some of the market in. And I do think that there's a way that they can market the fund that will allow more of the investing public to understand it better.
Yeah, man. MJE paid a 6-cent dividend in Q2 of last year and Q2 this year. So that is far from true.
I think him again, so Javon Mays said that ownership percentage will go up, seeing K-Pre buying back the shares as well. So yeah, it's a VM bread butter. By 23 and then watch that percentage go up as they buy back. Big up Jamie.
That's a good
point. VM do the same thing. And again, they bought 23% stake right now, but thing there, K-Pre has an active share buyback program.
Share buyback.
So the stake will keep increasing nicely.
They get the Sagicor effect.
The company, Sagicor SFC, that Jamie do
They say, yo, shot them the stock.
Man, them. Yes.
I
Jimmy,
said
we only
I don't
say
want to
Bible.
skip this because I wanted to answer it. I don't want it to be something that I didn't answer also for myself. So going through these top 10 first, Phosphorus, Spiritory, MFS,
Yeah, benefiting
Dollar,
from the
SOS.
buybacks being done by the company at the bot.
Yeah, so I think Phil doing that thing again. Phil can't hear us.
Yeah, I think him can't hear at all.
Yeah, Phil, you shouldn't say nothing. You shouldn't say nothing against
Hear
Turks,
me,
you know.
Danhai? I can hear you.
Them cut
You
you
can't
down.
hear me now. You're all right. Randy was saying something. I don't know if you hear him. Are you hearing him?
No, I'm not hearing Randy at all.
That is so weird when this happens.
Yeah,
God, you
that
hearing
is
Randy?
really weird.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing Randy.
All right, so it's not
Phil, you
Randy
might
this time.
want
It's
to
Phil.
jump
Really
off and
weird.
jump back
Okay.
on.
Yeah, jump off and jump back on.
Yeah.
So for me, top 10. I think the only one I did not own out of the top 10 I touch at some point is Tropical.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That's
9
funny
out of 10.
and even then, yes, this is talking from our personal money touching it. But then I know
Yeah.
your thoughts on Tropical. I know you were looking at Tropical. You're going to buy Tropical, or you had I don't know plans at
End of
some
the
point
year.
where it was there. So yeah, it did it. You get me?
End of the year, I said, gift. I made a decision. One of them decisions kind of like Phil. It was either buy into the number 11th, the 11th biggest riser for 2023, 2022 JFP, or going to Tropical based on certain things I see with Tropical. And I made a decision instead to just put more in JFP.
You know, Randy, before I forget, you remember in the group how I spoke about stationery and office supplies, about the potential there, and I never bought it. And
Yes, when you actually went there as a
I
customer.
went there, and right after that, it blew up,
So it's definitely you.
Yeah, man, it's me.
Thank you for your service. Because I remember I
No,
was
no, no,
laughing.
no, 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 I don't even
I
need
remember that conversation. And I was laughing about some parts of it. But
Yeah, man. As in, I was doing my own little analysis on it in the group. You remember?
yeah,
Yeah,
man,
in
I
a
remember it,
real way
man.
though, which is something I like. Meaning, what happened to give people background? Sebi, when I think you're buying a chair, Sebi,
Yeah, man. I was buying a chair, and they were anyway. I can't curse on it. Yeah, man. I was buying a chair.
and they were screwing around.
And they
Yeah,
were
as a
dealing with
retail
yes.
customer.
Yeah. So he was there talking about the service, and it led to a conversation in the group about it, and then it blew up a little after that. Go back and check that conversation, Sebi. I think it's a good conversation. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
definitely
man.
like a grower group conversation. The public, anybody who want to know that there are, I think, 13 grower slots left. Or
Grow
more,
subscriber slots.
17. Yeah, gross subscriber slot. 17, 20. There are 20 of them left. Yo, some people got a nice free run, I did some reconciliation recently, but so there are 20 gross subscriber slots left. And when them done, them done. So if you want to learn about investing, if you're serious about the market, serious about your money, come in. Teacher Striker, you specifically, if you want one, link up and I will there are 19 available and there's one that a teacher strike a name on it if she wants it. Everybody else, when it done. But yeah, go back, check that conversation again, Sid, and people in the group who are there, check that conversation. That's a great
Pretty
conversation to
interesting.
show.
I was laughing. That's no, I was laughing.
Yeah, man. I'm looking for it. I can't find it.
Laughing and buying at the time. I was like, boy, God, if ever know.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah,
Phil was
man.
also laughing at the time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It sucks.
9 out
I
of
feel
top 10 though. 90% of the top 10 stocks I bought and sold. I sold that profit. Like I don't own. I still own a small little iCrate, which I always own just for owning sake. Um, Main event I've actually owned since IPO, and I've put some on it, and I'll continue to put more on it. So it's just Tropical alone, 90 out of them. That is not again, Danhai. I remember we actually said it on our earnings season. That is not a normal thing
How
to be able to
often
identify winners year
I'm
after
looking at
year
it and I'm
after
like,
year.
how are we so involved in that? I mean, you get me like,
Lucky, we're lucky, lucky every year.
and then that thing there too. After 20,
After
you I mean,
20,
it's got okay. You're only okay. So 9 of the top 10.
yeah,
After
but let me
20,
give
how
you,
much?
of the 20, I did not touch 1834, PBS, I did, but CHL, I do. CHL is the second cement company. You have a second cement company tweet from when? When is it, this year or last year?
I think last year.
Last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Randy,
Yeah.
another company that I think I spoke to that has not blown up yet. I think I spoke about it on your podcast was the AC company, man, CAC.
CAC.
I think
CAC
CAC,
2000.
yeah, man. I think CAC is a sleeping giant. I think that it has a lot of. I own zero CAC, like but I think that you remember the years ago when I was on your podcast and I mentioned them.
Yeah, and then you also mentioned them, I think, publicly when there was a collaboration, which is the thing that you mentioned also, the collaboration with them and Tropical with their
Yep.
company
Yep.
Enerview.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
happened after,
Yes.
Yeah, man, but the stock hasn't really performed well.
Not yet, but
That's fine.
nothing before
Yeah,
its time.
yeah,
Everything
man.
can bust at once, So everything can
Correct.
bust at once.
Yeah, man.
CHL, that tweet was May 10th, 2021. So you're right. It wasn't this year, it was last year. May 10th, 2021. Wow. Mm. 751, 1249.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Almost double.
66% profit. Look at that.
Well, yeah, my next point was. I mean, yes. How much of the thing there? How much of the top 20 you touch? But the thing about it I'm looking at is.
Let me finish the count
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
you say. So how much I got? It's probably easier to see how much I don't touch. So no Tropical,
Yeah, 9 in
no
top 10.
1834, no PBS,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
no Regency,
Mm-hmm.
no PTL, no JSX, no MTL. 7th. Damn, 13 out of the 20.
Mm-hmm. And then
In terms of my
what are
actual
the
money, 13 out of the
30 to
20.
20? I had what, 12?
Yeah, yeah,
Or was it 12?
I think so.
Yeah, 12. And then, but check how much of those. Yes, it's not the full 20, whatever. But then, how much of those in the top 10? You had 10 in the top 10. You had 9.
9, yeah, 90% of them.
That means our money was focused on where the higher it was, the higher gain was.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And of the top 9 is the top 9.
Yes.
God damn. I really shouldn't do this for free.
when I'm so we're giving too little.
Damn. Damn.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Well, let's look at the other side of it. Let's bring some balance. The 20 biggest losers from ISP at negative 54 to RJR at negative 24. Was T-Tech this year? I have owned T-Tech, but I don't know if that was this year. Shout out to Ian with that T-Tech conversation, but I don't think it was this year. Mailpack I haven't owned in a long time. MPC, nope. Signals Real Estate Finance. I respect that company so much. Actually, I have some business I'd like to bring to that company if they're interested, but I would not. I don't own it currently. Salada, that's a surprising one. NCB is expected for now. I mean, NCB is still a giant, but no, I wouldn't touch any. Massey should have been priced. Well, Massey is deliberate in what they do. Let's see how the APO treats their share price, assuming that they do an APO. Jam Teas, Endless Summer. That one, I think I own some of this. No, I'd have sold all of it. I'd have sold all of it, I think, in late 2021. But maybe I'd have to check, but maybe I had some in 2022 and I sold it 2022. And if you want to get technical, I have owned some of QWI for too long, and QWI is a JAMT subsidiary.
JAMT.
I'm
I
pissed
am
with
in gain on
QWI, you know.
JAMT right now for the JAMT I bought the other day.
Oh, you bought it recently?
Yeah, man.
I mean, I'll be joining in on that boat soon, but not happily. Select
Happy time
M.
come after the money, man. Come after the money, especially with this one.
Select MD. No, I wouldn't touch that. No, I should say I wouldn't touch it. I didn't touch it. Siboney. Do I still own any Siboney? Siboney, if you listen to earnings season, we've spoken about Siboney for literally years. We've gotten so much heat for Siboney. All kind of accusations because we talk about owning it, which is funny because if you go back and listen, the episodes are still up. Go and listen to them. We're very clear on why. Well, first of all, let me say what I always say. It's a dead company. It has no value. The last bit of, I wouldn't say it has no value. It has no operations. It's not an operating entity. If you check David's timeline, you'll see him counting down the days until they run out of money, ignoring the FinSac point that they say they'll support it. Not telling anybody to buy Siboney, and I would not encourage you to buy it. I wouldn't encourage you to buy anything without understanding it, but certainly wouldn't tell you to buy Siboney. Having said that, I have still made money off Siboney every year over the last, I want to say 10 years. Because you understand what the thing is and the potential for the thing. And go back, and I will even say it, go and listen to those old earnings season episodes where I explain why I would and have bought Siboney and what I expect. And you'll understand that those expectations have not changed. Yeah, and people need to not be silly and think silly things like pump and dump or any such foolishness. There's a very clear value proposition. I'm being very careful in saying that value proposition around doing such a risky move.
I don't mean to get value.
Exactly. It means the proposition that the person has in mind. I explained it on earnings season episodes long ago. Listen to it and you might learn something. Lab, I'm still a top owner of Lab, and I don't think that will change soon. I don't own enough. I see it down 28% now. I mean, I can get some for cheaper. Pulse, all that glitters is not gold. I didn't own any Pulse this year. MPC.
I did. I made money. So,
but I have MPC twice. Or one is USD and one is JMD.
JMD.
Both
imagine you lose. You're a true loser at the time, you know. You have to
double up the losses. Cygnus USD. The most interesting stock to me on the USD market. Cygnus US, second most interesting stock to me on the USD market. Cygnus USD. Would not buy it. Do not own any. MDS. GNAC. GNAC, I think, is. I don't mind it, but I don't know if I owned any this. I don't think so. RGR, I didn't own any this year. So of the top 20 losers, I have owned and still own actually still own Creamy too, you know. I don't know, I skipped that. I actually own some Creamy shares. So of the top 20 losers, I have owned and still own Creamy, Lab. I think I'm gonna say yes to the JAMT, even though I don't think I actually did, but just to be safe, I'll say yes to the JAMT. And I actually have owned Massey at some point. Is it Massey or is GHL? It's Massey.
I had Massey as well.
Massey 4.
So 4?
4, yeah. Massey was a sale and long. I mean, no surprise that it is where it is now. I wish they'd split more. Who knows? They might even split more before what I think is coming on APO. Will I be interested in that? Probably not. I'm going to leave a slight little bit of room because I assume that if Barita is the one who does the massive APO, that they may handle it in the same way that they handle their own APO. But I am still saying no to APOs. But I'll leave a 1% chance there in terms of me putting my money into it. Massey itself is still a wonderful company, though. I wish if I could own 100% of it, I would. You think they'll spin off IGL?
Yes. I think they will. That's actually a hard question. Do I want them
to? On the local
yes.
market?
That
Well, I mean,
If
it must
if
be
they're
there.
spinning it off, if they're spinning it off, it's the local market. It's the question, or if it's a spin off, I mean, yes, if they're spinning it off with a listing, yes, I think there. But if
Definitely local
they
market. But you think they'll
local
spin it
market,
off with a listing?
I want them to. I don't know if they will. That's a I don't know part. I want
Scale
them
of
to.
1 to 10. How likely you think it is? 10 being most
I,
likely. Definite.
I hate those questions. One,
I know.
two.
Me too.
Yo, I'm gonna choose 5 and go in business.
No,
Half an hour.
you can't say 5. How likely is it you think that they'll spin off IPO?
Likely? Oh God. So I have to decide now if I think they're more likely to or less likely to. And I'll go with more. I'll think 7.
Mm. I'd say 7 too. Still
I
wouldn't
think
buy
7,
massive
and I
for
think
it.
I wouldn't
But
buy mass. Depends. Massive, if Massive come with something good, maybe meaning some benefit
massive
in that spin off.
shareholders,
Massive shareholders get something. Maybe run an
dividend
MJE
increases,
and give us a thing there. Wait, call it again. Something in the
dividend
listing.
increases,
Yeah.
which I hope Jam T does, but I've heard it said that they've said that they won't, but I hope they do.
Mm-hmm.
A dividend
I
in
hope
specie
as
of
well.
this CDFL before they list it.
Mm-hmm.
VM,
I think that
I
would make
could
a
see
lot of
myself
shareholders
buying.
happy after all happened with Jam T.
Mm, VM,
VM.
I could see myself
Yes.
buying VM because I think they might do something interesting with the whole Victoria Mutual group.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it could involve VMIL seeing a lot of benefit from it.
I think at this point the things I expect from the group, meaning the possibilities I think the possibilities from my expectations what they're doing with the group. I think VMI it must eat from those things they're doing with the group.
But must eat and there's must eat sensibly.
Yes.
And those group possibilities exist for quite a few, right? There's also the possibility for Gen, but they're not listed at all.
Mm-hmm.
Mayberry.
Mayberry, yes. Restructure and
Yeah.
bond.
That's why I
Good
still
and
own.
great. More to come.
That's part of why I still own so much Mayberry actually.
Yeah,
Not
I
so
do
much, but
own.
some.
Same. I
MIL
do own
and
Mayberry.
MJE. Yeah, and SVM.
I have MIA. I don't have MJ. Yes, I have SVL. I have MIA, not MJE. But that might be. There might be yet somewhere in that.
Another day or after, I'll tell you why. My main reason for owning MJE.
All right.
Um, so 4 out of these, and the 4 that I've touched and still own. I mean, Caribbean Cream, I've owned since IPO, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't care to sell. It's a small stake. It's a personal thing. It reminds me. It's a sentiment hold. Um, Pulse, I really don't care about the real estate that they've done, but I know other people might. The lab
Mm-hmm.
is amazing. I'm heavily biased there. Uh, Jam T, summer might actually come summer.
Mm-hmm.
VM might actually act ambitious. Massey could do something interesting, but unless they do it, I won't buy. And interesting is not the APO, assuming they do an APO. And NCB is NCB. NCB, if NCB link with Barita under that nuclear thing, I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't buy
Facts.
it? Right?
It's like you can't give me a good reason not to at this point.
Yeah, and I won't say dark horse, but like surprise. Well, I save the stuff for the rest of the stuff and the details for the growth subscribers. But if they remember and remind me about exactly what I was saying at this moment. But yeah, yeah. So some of the losers are there too. I lose money on them. They lose money this year. No, it's a good year. Thankful for that.
Mhm.
Um, but ambition saves a lot of companies.
Indeed.
Ambitions can fix this list the next year.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Ambition can fix this list the next year. Out of the top 20, you sure? Count again. 12?
12. Yeah, reasonably sure.
How many of them you still own?
Still own.
Don't count like any sentiment or small, don't
I
care
know.
stakes, like
I don't have those.
actual investment.
I don't want to trim in this year now. But initial glance, 6, 7. Why me have 7 stocks on my portfolio? I know why I have it, so I don't think hard to explain it out. You know, you understand. But yeah, 7.
7 also.
Yeah.
I still have 7, and I'll
Mhm.
I'll probably still keep owning those 7.
Yeah, me too. I probably will. I'm seeing some places to cut down, and
One
because
of them will
why I
go.
cut it
One of
down,
them I don't.
and
Sorry.
I'm going further into one. I'm going further into others here. So,
Yeah. One of them has a sell by date on it for me.
mm.
Um, and it will be sold and it will go into one of the other 6.
So, I'm looking at one of them, and I'm saying I could have cut at a point and get a certain level of profit. And it's funny, a good amount like a clients, well, not got a good amount based on the type of thing it was and how to get it. But some clients got in and they got out higher and whatever, and I still have it. And I had it, and I was saying I can leave here, but based on what I expect to happen, or based on what I think will happen over this thing, then
Mhm.
there's a lot more gain on the table, and I'm good where I am. But I will probably leave it for a more sure opportunity. So, but
All right.
that's
All right. I feel like we're talking about the exact same stock. You need to stop being like me, brother. Ooh, all right. Well, we almost wrapped. Anybody want to come on and talk about anything else? Anything that you care about for the year? Anything you like? Anything you don't like? You want to hear the last of our thoughts? I've had 2 sips or 3 sips of my drink, so you might actually get a lot more out of me than you usually would. We're going on for maybe another. I'm going to say another 10 minutes, knowing that it could go to 30 minutes, but I'm not going. We're not going to do that 3 o'clock break talk. So. If you want, if you're thinking about coming on, if you're thinking about sending a speaking request, click the link, send a speaking request, and I'll do it. Lenworth, I see on YouTube, you ask, can I say on average how many stocks you hold? You just heard it. I have about 7, and I am heavily in a portion of those 7. One of them is if it cough wrong, it goes and goes into another one, and 2 of them actually could could get cut at any given time if the wrong thing happens, which would bring me down to 5. And worst case scenario, I can go down to 2. I don't care. Worst case, I can go down to 2. I call it 3. Okay, not on this chart, but just generally thinking about the year. What would you call like your surprise stock of the year, Danhai?
surprise. Like, surprise how?
Meaning never expected at the start of the year it wasn't on your mind, but end of the year you might not even hold it now, but by the end of the year you have made nice profit on it, and it was the profit you expected to make.
Let us see. Hold on. Hmm. Not sure I felt that way very strongly. I mean, MFS at the start of the year, but
Mm,
it when the thing happened, and I was like, oh, all right,
yeah.
go time. But then it's not like we weren't looking out for SLVC to cut. It's just, oh, cool.
When
I just know the exact detail of the thing and the timing of the thing. I never knew until certain things were happening, and it wasn't at the
until
start of the year.
January.
And I was starting with it in mind. Oh, yeah, you're right. See, and it wasn't January 1 when I was thinking MFS or SLVC. But when they said go, I was going.
Yeah, surprise gains. Um, Outside of these, I wish I'd had more time to put together the data in a better way, because there's some winners that really won within the year. I create for
Mm-hmm.
me still one of my most interesting stocks for the year,
Mm-hmm.
because in their own way, Tyrone and team. I said Tyrone and team, but really I mean I don't know who the team is. So I'm gonna say Tyrone. In their own way, Tyrone is stretching what the market
Can do
is
what the
can
market
do.
does.
Yeah, yeah,
Give
and
him more space for it. Yeah, man.
yeah, good, bad, or ugly. To me, like it's definitely the award of that. Yes, very still very very interesting. Still, I mean, a hell of a pivot. Whole heap of finance guy feelings, but still a hell of a pivot.
Mm-hmm.
And
And still up.
with yeah, still, I feel so bad because privately, I'm always the one talking to people and I'm saying, why are you defending this thing? You think Tyrone is
Yeah.
thinking? I'm like, I don't care what Tyrone is thinking. I think I see the possibilities there, and I rate what's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I still see so much. I still see so many possibilities for them, but
Mm-hmm.
I also see so many downsides. I mean, you hear teacher strike when she's talking, the passion in her voice when she says she feel like hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the company cheap on her.
So
It,
CEO give a bun.
yeah, it is rough, but I mean, still stretching good, bad or ugly, stretching what the market is
Like
capable of. MFS,
I wanted to say I create, but then I look and I bought I create. My first buy for I create was January 12th. January 12th. So
mm,
that took us a Saturday from the tail. I said, boy, I wasn't Saturday. I wasn't like like end of December. I wasn't thinking. I create. I don't think I was. I don't think so. But on that 83 cents we buy it for. Yo.
hello again. MFS, I mean, wonderful, quiet profit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful one, and they're just starting, right? That team there is almost like a team of unknowns. I think the people in the industry might know them. They have
Mm-hmm.
history. Some of them worked at, I think, NCB. There's also them work at Mayberry at some point. I think
Mm-hmm.
Dino worked at Mayberry at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it's a rise of a new, smaller financial group, and I respect
Mm-hmm.
that kind of rise. And I'm looking forward to what will likely happen in the year and
It's a
years to
younger
come.
financial group. Younger
Yeah,
financial. It's not necessarily. That's funny too. We're seeing younger people coming into the space more. The
yep,
barista.
yep, yep. Yeah, look at that. And we're seeing, I think last week I called Sir Berry the old guard, and him say him offended by that. So I won't call him the old guard this week, but I will say I am still also impressed by what they're doing and the
Mm-hmm.
expectations I have for them. Yeah, they're still the most interesting company in the finance space to me, Mayberry,
Facts.
and what they're doing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Um, I hope they list more companies this year, though. I mean, I hope they go back to their listing ways.
Yeah, man.
I fingers crossed. I hear they might, but nothing proves it like the prospectus coming out, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
I said
Uh,
none drop today.
yeah. No, no, drop. I think the next thing coming from them is the next tranche of the thing close.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Uh,
man.
Fisco. I like what happened with Fisco today. I like Fisco is the power of regular people coming into something that they can understand. Fisco to me showed regular people understanding them day-to-day life and how we can how the market can find
Intersects
into
with it.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. If you buy gas, you understand. Say gas is nobody buy gas unhappy until they're Fesco shareholders. Then them buy gas, right? And I said it. I've said both things on this podcast. I said, yo, I buy Fesco because I'm a Fesco shareholder, and I also say, boy, no, me I go whatever the closest gas station is. But I can tell you that having actually thought of it and checked at least this year, I buy a lot more. I don't think I've gone to another gas station that's not Fesco 3 times this year. Yeah. So there is that effect that people are seeing. Um, JFP.
Tell them hurry with the cooking gas. I spend cooking gas more than I spend gas. Car gas. So
Yeah, if you want the cooking gas Regency is here, right?
Indeed.
Yeah,
Indeed.
they're eastward spread towards Kingston. SVL, one of the dark horses, the bank that doesn't look like a bank, the bank that sells
The
cash
bank with
pot.
the horses.
Yeah, the bank that sells cash pot. Uh, CHL, the better cement company, definitely the better cement company. Carib Cement has to do better. If they don't do better,
You
I
said the
describe it.
cement company with happy shareholders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and CHL remind me of a episode of Ronan Kenshin from when I
Happy
was
local
much
shareholders,
younger.
right?
Death by 1,000 cuts. They can kill a cement company that way. Regency, always good to see more small newer companies coming up and
Mm-hmm.
and using the market as their leg up. Regency hasn't been around for 10 years. Them start within the pandemic, and we're seeing them really pushing out there.
Mm-hmm.
PTL, I don't think I've ever owned any PTL shares. Ever.
I've bought PT
Yeah.
before. Way back when. Way back. It's funny. I remember looking at PTL. It's often been a matter of volumes, and I remember looking at PTL way back, and I got it, and the amount I got in or whatever. It was good for me at the time because I never had much money at the time. But then it quickly went into relegation.
Yeah, I haven't, but it
It was
could.
an early play for me. I can't even think of a situation, and we were in the group together, and some results had come out or whatever. And I was betting on it. And I was pretty happy about. That, you know.
That's nice. Which year was that?
2017, 2018, one of them. 2017, I'm thinking.
Like whenever it was as close to whenever they IPO'd, right?
No, I was. Then it was after.
When did they
I mean, 2020. I think IPO 2015 or so. Or it's so late.
Let's see. PTL listed. Wow.
2012, yeah, man.
2012. Wow, they've
Way
been around
back,
a while.
way. Yeah, man. Way
I
back.
think that they're more recent.
Of course, I'm 2012 because this year them tax breakdown, no?
Yeah. That's what they get interesting.
Indeed, they sound like they want to be, no. Actually, it sounds like they're really ramping it up. So we'll see what goes on this.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Boy, I think the powers that be are very interested in that ghost eating his words. So I think he's good to bet against.
Yeah, I wish he'd come back on.
I wish he'd talk more.
Come back on. Yeah,
yo, shout out to that mad with them man up on the market. Man, a reverse profit everything. So what we doing this week?
Inverse Casper. 1834, end of an era, right? Could have done now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yo, that's a good way to aim again. Go up in a bag of flips. Yo, the cutting style. Your last year in the top 20 best. Your last year of existence here in the top 20 best performers. Do it and done here, man.
Yeah, profitable for some.
And RG on the flip side, in the top 20 worst. RG was in top 20 best last year, I think. But very likely.
Top 20 best?
Last year.
I'd have to check, but it's possible. It's possible. I don't remember was it the start of last year that they were supposed to be great, or was it the start of this year? Or was it Q1?
Yeah, man, but that was on the back of last year being great. So you know the usual. Everybody nobody wants to stop believing. So last year when it done run gone 4, there are a lot of people calling 8.
Yeah, but previous performance is no guarantee of future results. You hear, guys? Like what I've realized, and I always speak to, is a lot of context is behind what I say, and it's not just linked to the share price performance. I'm thinking about the companies themselves and what I expect from them. When you hear me talking about what I expect from the share price in the future, I'm not just thinking of what they did last year, so they must can do this year. Which, by the way, teacher striker, that's the most dangerous thing I hear you say. But
oh yes, I was thinking that during the moment.
Yeah, but
I mean the bands and the thing. I mean, I figure there's more to it for her than just that. I hope, and based on what she's done, it's not just the thing. And she said you have to do your research too. So I figured that wasn't the full breadth of everything she's looking at. But then if somebody take just that, you know, understand what that would do.
Yeah, I think I could hear in her voice, I think that I identify. You know, when you're naturally good at something, you don't always know why you see something, but you see it.
Yes.
I think she's definitely there. Yeah, she's going to be dangerous when she solidifies that down into a method that isn't just gut based, but she can say exactly what is going to happen. She's going to be deadly then. Invite me on the yacht when you do, or the jet. The jet, please, God, please. Please. The jet over the yacht. I sick and tired of the regular airplanes now. As a regular flight, as regular people. What's that I say? As regular folks. We're the regular people. People that's not me at all. I'm very much regular people. You can't.
It's an influence of my regular people too. You know, you have to be superstar. Yeah. influence are regular people, brother. So they will start on Twitter.
We're not going on that tangent.
Yo, you know about that?
Big up Bolt.
You know about? Big up both every time. But
Consistent, the legend.
you know, say ding dong about song what him say. I say big like Shanzi and Shanzi money. Nino.
Oh, is Dino? That's his name.
Nino.
Nino.
Think of Nino. If somebody if me wrong, correct me. But yo, imagine we need a tune artist big up Brick Talk, they say that.
Big up Piggles who
run yeah, so Pickles where I say.
And I've always said I'd play it, I didn't play it. Sir Pickles, I owe you a serious apology, especially because you got Danhai and I the sake that you promised from Japan. I am going to put that on an episode of earnings season in one of the credit cookies. And if you try and get the thing bad on YouTube because of that, Pickles, I'd be very pissed.
Wait. What? Explain what I mean. What are you talking about? He's not writing a song. He big up earning season in a song.
Yeah, he did a song and big us up in it.
Yo, people send me that tune to come after listening. Please, I need to hear my legacy. I'm sorry. Send that to me, please.
Yeah, please. I feel like there's somebody else though. I know the Grammy nominated Yared did do or earnings season. He did an earnings season intro for us, but I've never really used it.
Intro jingle.
Yeah, but he did do that. Yeah, big up. Why not? Let's have some more heroes who aren't chopping, not killing nobody, not breaking a house, not doing any crime.
Yes, sir.
Let's have some regular people. 2023, the rise of the regular people.
Regular, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know around 100 meter, but.
And nobody don't send a speaking request, so.
So good night.
Yeah, so good night. Exactly, so good night. So how are you feeling? What's the one? Okay, I see one person send it. Conrad. First, let me see if Conrad. Let me make sure Conrad isn't a troll.
No, that's not the Conrad I know. Looks like a troll.
Conrad Pimiscran Kong, please don't be a troll. Please don't be a troll, Conrad.
End the year right, Conrad.
Please, end the year right. Do the right thing, Conrad. Conrad, what's up? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. What's up, Conrad?
All right. I just was surfing around and I saw an opportunity to invite to talk. I haven't used this yet, and I just thought I'd see if it worked. So, what are you guys talking about tonight?
Oh, we're talking about stocks in Jamaica.
Stocks in general?
No, in Jamaica. Well, in general, sure.
In Jamaica, really? Okay, I'm in Canada, and I'm a stockbroker, over 25 years experience.
Are you profitable?
Am I what?
Profitable.
I've been doing it for 25 years, so I'm profitable.
Those two.
No. It's very often that the people that do for long aren't profitable.
Well, I made a career out of it. I retired last year. And the reason I retired is because what I'm seeing down the pipeline, I'm sitting in the largest cash position I've ever had. And I'm going to wait out this next couple of years, see what happens. It's just the markets are. Did you guys follow the GameStop thing that happened last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And you remember how they caught them short, big time short, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what should have happened in a fair market system is they should have taken a huge win off the table, like billions and billions. But what actually happened is the industry shut down the game, and
a lot of the retailers were squeezed when Robinhood, where a lot of the retailers were using, really prevented people from buying, and
what literally happened is somebody made a phone call and says, "Turn this off, and we're taking our money away from you." And Robinhood had to acquiesce. And what ended up happening is the game got turned off. Now, again, I've been doing this for 25 years. I've watched this play out. I remember back in 2008, I had some major short positions on big banks going into that, and the brokerage firm I was working at said, "Hey, we have to cancel those positions." I say, "Why? They're all in the money. They're all in good shape." You say, "Yeah, no, we're being told we can't maintain bank short positions." I'm like, "Really?" Like, so this is a new game we're playing. And for me, that was sort of a big wake up call. I had a sense that the game was rigged. But when I saw that come down in 2008, I realized it was a rigged game. And then you just had to figure out who was playing the game and who was pulling the strings to figure out where to put your money. What we're seeing now, in my estimation anyway, as an investor, is sort of an orchestrated global collapse. This whole thing with like here in Canada, they've shut down our oil industry. It's our number one source of revenue for the country. And the government that's in power here has basically shut down the pipelines, told us we can't export oil, and has taken away a major source of revenue for the country, in tax revenue, but also jobs as well. And on a global economic sense, oil has always kind of helped Canadians out, because when inflation kicked in, the price of oil went up, and our dollar still stayed strong. It was very interesting. We're seeing the opposite of that. You compound that with the carbon taxes that are being put on us here in Canada. The cost of everything is going up, most importantly food. Then you throw into that this whole fertilizer reduction thing, that they're penalizing farmers who are using fertilizer. This whole game feels very, very rigged. Okay, and I've watched them rig it before, but it's rigged for something more than just protecting their own interests. This is something far more sinister. So, like I say, I'm sitting on the most amount of cash I ever have, and I'm just sitting back and watching. And if I'm wrong, I miss out on the market. I'm okay being wrong, but I don't feel like I'm wrong. So
being in cash is not a bad thing if you are ready to jump on an opportunity when you see it.
Well, and this last year, the opportunities I took advantage of with my cash is I bought real estate. I bought remote property, farm property, and have been in the process of upgrading it. So you put your money where your mouth is, and what goes in my mouth is food. So
I like that thinking. Tell me something. You can add some color for us.
yeah.
As somebody with 25 years experience, is it on the Toronto Stock Exchange or just all exchanges?
So I started out in venture capital in Vancouver.
Okay.
And I built my business in the penny stock market. I migrated to the retail business when I saw the penny stock. Vancouver used to have its own stock market back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I got into it in the 90s. And the boys in Toronto took the game away from the brokers in Vancouver. Well, what really happened is the big banks in Toronto started squeezing the brokers in Vancouver to the point where the Vancouver Stock Exchange couldn't exist anymore. The Alberta Stock Exchange got moved to Toronto. Vancouver got moved to Toronto. Now they just call it the TSX Venture, Toronto Stock Exchange Venture. And they essentially took the game away from the West Coast to East Coast, and Vancouver dried up. When I watched that happen in the late 90s, I realized, this game is whoever's got the big bucks, the banks, were able to manipulate it. Then there was a big play. It was interesting. Late 90s, there was if you guys ever heard of Boise Bay?
Boise Bay?
Yeah, there was a company called Diamond Fields Exploration. Bob Friedland was the promoter, and they were exploring for diamonds in Labrador, Newfoundland. And they ended up hitting the largest nickel discovery in the world in a place called Boise Bay.
Cobalt, right?
Not cobalt, it's nickel. And this is 1997, I think, 97, 98, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Anyway, what came out of that was what we call an area play. A lot of juniors jumped on board and started staking ground all around Boise Bay. Now, one of the biggest stakers was a company called Cardaway and Cardaway Resources. And what was interesting about Cardaway is Cardaway was controlled, I guess is the best way to put it, by a group of the old boys in Vancouver, like the promoters, not the brokers, but the promoters. And they ran that stock up, they ran it back down, did a private placement, ran it back up again, and played games. And some estimates were close to $6 billion. is what they were able to cart away on that promotion. But the deal is that the promoters involved had an agreement, a gentleman's agreement essentially, is that once this was over, they were never going back to Vancouver again. They were never going back to the markets again, and they all disappeared off the Caribbean. A lot of men up in the Bahamas and in Grand Cayman and so forth took their interests offshore and essentially walked away from what was the most lucrative fun game in the world when you get right down to it, and left the brokerage firms holding the bag. That was sort of the end of venture capital. And I was on the street in Vancouver back then, and I watched the players go. And then all was left with brokers who were trying to, take care of these companies that they were invested in, and they had no wherewithal, and the game just dwindled. It was very interesting to watch. And so that's when I moved over to the retail side, and I essentially evolved. That being said, I've watched the game. I've played the game. I've had some really good wins. I've had a few losses along the way too. But end of the day is that I'm watching what's transpired in this last few years with the COVID and more recently what they've done this last year in Canada with respect to as carbon taxes that they're putting on. They're tripling the carbon tax in Canada, January 1. Gas is going to go up 20 to 30 cents a liter depending on where you are. Each province. Alberta's fighting back hard. If you guys watch what Alberta's doing, the premier there is fighting back against the Canadian government. The Canadian government put out they want to seize firearms.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
hold on. I know that you have a lot happening there, but like I said, we are in Jamaica, and while we do have some impact, there are a lot of Jamaicans in Canada also, and there is actually at least one Canadian company listed on our exchange, something in real estate. The name is slipping me now, and it shouldn't. Equity Line Mortgage Company. They do a lot of I think Toronto real estate. They also have some preference shares listed down here. But what I want you to tell us about Conrad is this: generally, just from your experience, what's a level of return? What's a level of annual profit in your market with your experience that would make somebody like a great trader?
I would only play games where I could do a 10-bagger. Like if I saw I could make 10 times my money, I'd go in.
Yeah, but what's a realistic annual return? Everybody wants a 10-bagger, but what's a realistic annual return?
Depending on how you play the game. If you know what you're doing, 10 baggers is realistic in, year out.
Annually.
Yeah, but the game's gone. I'm just telling you, the game right now. The bigger picture is money's being sucked out of the system like mad. You guys are following this FTX thing with the cryptocurrencies in the Bahamas?
Yeah, we've heard of it.
Okay, well, I was with some guys about 4 or 5 years ago. It was 2018, and they were heavy in the crypto, and they wanted me to get involved with them. And I took a look at it, and I said, guys, what you're proposing is just air. Like there's nothing here. There's no legal vote. There's nothing. Like this is worse than any scam I've ever seen. And I said I'm not interested, and stood back. But the guys I were talking to were serious guys, and seeing what's transpired just this last few months with the FTX thing and the people, the kind of people that got sucked into this, the kind of money that got sucked into this. I mean, the guy's name was Bankman for a reason. All right. They stole billions and billions and billions with this scheme. Now, the bigger play, in my opinion, is they're trying to kill the whole concept because when central banks lose control of the currency, they lose control of the people. And this is, this is not a Jamaica specific thing, but I'm talking, this is a global thing.
That's true.
It's going to affect us all. And yet when this crypto thing comes together, I think what you're going to see is the U.S. is going to start regulating cryptocurrencies, and they're going to regulate them to death. I watched them do it with the stock market. I've watched them do it with pretty much everything else out there. They have killed every game out there, just like when GameStop went down. They killed every game just so they could maintain control of the game, if you will. They're doing that right now. And, as far as if you're an investor in Canada, US, Jamaica, Europe, anywhere in the world, and you're serious, right now it's all about preservation of capital, because anybody who's been around long enough, they know what's happening.
For you, all right, so back to the talking about the question of typical great report return? So you said $10 year on year. So your annual return.
I'll put it this way: if I would take on a deal, I would take on a deal.
No,
that
not
could.
a VC
not a deal, man. I mean, like generally.
I would invest. I would not invest in the stock market.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I would invest in individual companies that were going on the stock market, or were already on the stock market, already listed, and I'd take positions in those companies where I had a conceivable upside of 10 times or better.
So you didn't play the stock game at all, meaning you weren't investing.
No, it's a mug's game. It's a sucker's game. I was a broker for 10 years. The only people who make money with the stock market are the brokers.
There are a lot of people who would agree with you. I'm so sorry though.
No, I don't mean to deflate you guys.
We're not deflated.
We're fine. We're not deflated at all. We're fine.
We're doing okay.
But, yeah, I'm telling you what I'm seeing and what I've seen in my experience. And now that being said, there's a Rudyard Kipling poem. It's called "If," and the first line is, "If you can keep your head while all around you are losing theirs and blaming it on you." Okay, and this was sort of the broker's mantra, because when the clients made money, it was their fault. When the client lost money, it was the broker's fault. Okay, and as an investor, what you have to there's another line in there. It says, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can keep a level head for what's coming down the pipeline, and again, that's a great poem, "If," I-F, by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head in the coming months, and you're going to need some cash on the sidelines. If you've got access to cash, great. Credit's going to become thin. It's going to be hard to borrow money. It's going to be very expensive to borrow money. So if you have access to cash, that's great, because cash will be king in what's coming down the pipe. And as far as investing, again, as a guy who understands the game and has played the game, I'm kind of keeping my antenna up for people I know and who are good at what they do, and to see where they're going to go. But I've had a couple offers already in the last few months I've just said no to, and I'm kind of waiting. But literally what I've been buying is agricultural real estate, like for personal production.
Well, I mean, good luck on that. I'm happy to hear it. And if ever you consider coming back into the stock game, consider the Jamaican stock market. We are pretty good.
Okay, well, here's one thing. Cannabis.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. In Jamaica, are there any cannabis stocks listed on your exchange?
No, thanks to the U.S., cannabis is still federally illegal, so it's very hard for the legitimate system to touch it. The closest we've come I think there are Canadian companies actually who have subsidiaries in Jamaica.
Yes.
Because it is federally legal in Canada, but our legit financial system is still tied heavily to the US's system, so we can't touch it in that way, not yet anyway.
Okay, well, to that end, that's like, again, Canada opened up cannabis here, and through the medical system, they allowed for personal production and personal possession for personal use, for medical use. They had one set of laws, and then they introduced this licensed producer structure that essentially got kneecapped by the medical licenses, because the medical licenses were actually producing. They allowed people to produce up to 400 plants at a time, which essentially was way more, production than they can consume. But there was no inventory system. There was no record keeping. And a lot of that cannabis fell off the back of the truck and went into the illegal marketplace. And then when Canada decriminalized in 2019, what ended up happening is the legal licensed producers were now competing with the illegal market head to head. And it's been a losing battle ever since. That's been a tough go. So I get a lot of questions from people about cannabis, and my advice is stay away from it as an investment. However, the money in cannabis is actually in delivery. So the people I think are going to make really good money with the cannabis sector are those who can get it to your doorstep conveniently, inexpensively, within an hour of a phone call or an internet purchase. That's, I think, where the market's going to be. The retail sector is saturated. Anyway, I know Jamaica's got some cannabis experience.
A little, big up Raga. But what I would say is, and Jacana, what I would say is, if you consider investing, if you ever think of touching back the actual stocks game, consider the JSC, consider Jamaica Stock Exchange. It's
I
a
will.
great place, and you might be
I
able to get some nice. You'll be surprised at the kind of gains you get here.
Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, I
So,
appreciate your time this evening. I'm going to go to bed now. Happy New Year and all the best for 2023.
All
no
right,
problem.
boss. Same to you.
Thank you very much, man. Oh, and thank you for not being a troll.
A troll.
Yeah, thank you
Thank
very,
you.
very much for that. All right. Then I think that's pretty much it. We hit 12:30. I think anybody else who wanted to talk, this was a chance. I didn't do it. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Danhai, for doing this with me almost every Friday for this year. And we've been doing it longer
Indeed.
than
Big
a
up.
year.
Big
My
up.
God. Bro, it has been,
Quite all right.
yeah, man, it has been a hell of a year. People, every Friday I hate doing it, and every Friday I do it, and every Friday I'm happy I do it at the end of it. Thank you very much for doing this with me that night. Thank to everybody who calls in, the people who are here every single week, and also the people who jump in late, the people who listen to this later. A couple thousand people. Then I was saying to Danhai last week when we linked up that every like a couple thousand people watch or listen, and around 80% of them do it after the fact. Like last week's episode, I looked right before we came on. I think I saw about 6,000 people had paid attention to it, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm proud. I'm happy that the market is growing. I'm happy we're helping people. Shout out to the people who are in the space, big and small. Shout out to the 1,000 years, the 100 years, the millionaires, the billionaires. I see one of our favorite billionaires in the chat still, Sir Berry.
Indeed.
He's probably my favorite local billionaire and favorite billionaire and second most entertaining billionaire. He fall behind Musk though. Musk have a title, boy. Musk is still going. But yeah, and just big up for everybody. Favorite stock-based account that
Fair what?
stock-based Twitter account. Stonks for me. Big up Stonks.
I was trying to think. It probably is Stonks.
Yeah, big up
Probably is
Stonks.
Stonks.
Sir Berry's account is also a very close
Yeah,
second.
Stonks and then Surbury.
It's very close second, boy. Sir Berry account. We want to watch Succession again and again. Big up for the people who've done girl. Thank you for everybody who's done this. Happy New Year when it comes. And I hope you can enjoy it. I don't want to overstay the welcome. Don't have anything you want to tell people?
Looking forward to the new year. Happy New Year, everybody, when it comes. Look forward to the gains next year. If you want any help with that, link up dhalladvisor.com. And trust me, if you really want it, dhalladvisor.com, and make sure you start it with Grow. Link up Randy, do our class. I'm sure January will be pretty exciting. Brand new year. I don't know if you're doing anything in January, but good way to start, right?
I don't want
to
announce anything because I'm not sure yet, but I hope to do something maybe very quickly, actually, maybe very quickly in the first week of the year. Something that might be a little cheaper than the usual stuff for the people who are interested. And of course, actually, this collaboration is the name of the game for 2023.
Trust me, many things planned. But if it's a new year, new me, then start the new year. Start the new you good. Do a grower class. Link up dhalladvisor.com. Start investing if you haven't started investing before. If you don't stop investing. Trust me, there's more to happen. There's a lot more you can get. And this is a game where you almost don't lose. If you do it the right way, then you'll find a lot out of that. And I can't encourage it anymore. You've heard Teacher Striker. I think that should be one of the best encouragement anybody should take up and say, somebody quote unquote normal like we can be doing this. Live them life and get so much out of it. Trust me, start investing.
Yeah, please. I second that completely. The Hall Advisory, if you want to get told what to do, evermickle.com/GRWR if you want to learn how to do it. Both of those things work together. You get a discount to either one. Grow
That's
subscribers. Yeah, man, that is the real cheat code. People who do that are banking. Big up to everybody and enjoy it. Have a great 2023. And let's try and beat it. Danhai, you want to say? No, we won't do this on air. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Have a great night. and a great year.